not admit that everything is interlaced. Elamir Hankish, in one of his latest studies, which we have not yet been able to publish, mentioned, and actually my task here currently is to talk about thinking and action and the requirements towards them. So the requirements of thought and action. As for our thoughts and thinking, unfortunately the limitations of it are pretty much present. This is a very provocative study that Mr. Honkish left us. This is the Quantum Mechanics and the Meaning of Life. That's the title of it. And I don't want to translate it into Hungarian, but I'm trying to read it out.
Human communities have ever surrounded themselves with spheres of symbols, myth and religions, knowledge and illusions, and the seductive beauty of the arts. That means with a brilliant construct, civilization. Within the bubble of their civilization, they could find a certain degree of safety, freedom, and dignity, and could cherish the hope that their life had significance and meaning. És az egyik következtetés, ami
And one of the consequences we have come to, and I'm more and more positive about it, is that the era we're living in right now is a new era of uncertainty. Everybody can say, like, okay, each era was uncertain to some extent, but there's a quantum leap here as far as uncertainty is concerned. So there's a new era of uncertainty in which civilization is facing a very complex crisis. The most important task of civilizations was to give meaning to the lives of people in the very same era. They gave explanations related to the sense of life, about death and life. And if this does not happen, then there are absolutely consequences we cannot foresee that may materialize. We're living still in the old civilization, and the paradigms of that civilization pretty much are reflected in that life. We're beneficiaries of it, especially the 1 or 2%, or those of us who belong to the top 10% of it. We're beneficiaries to the system, while at the same time we have conferences where we try to encourage ourselves as others as well to go beyond the paradigm. So civilization, the crisis of our civilization, to try to summarize it, citing Elamir Hankish, is that if we lose our purpose and meaning, we'll lose also one of the main motive forces of our lives. So our life has no motive anymore. So there's a space, something missing from your life, where violence or any kind of anomalies may occur, and they do, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we don't seem to be able to tackle with technological challenges, unfortunately.
Oké. Ha a technika rabjai, nem? Igen.
Yes, then. This is not a new problem. Robert Musil, in his work The Man Without Qualities, he put down this pile of problems with regards to the crisis of individuum is that
all around us, forming with playful ease the connections our reason can only laboriously patch together piecemeal and never to such kaleidoscopic effect. Mehetünk tovább, köszönöm. Each time Humanity has taken a partial truth as the only valid one. Vengeance has taken place. But from another point of view, could one have reached even this partial truth if it had not been overvalued? And blindness and hyperbolic belief have been the necessary parts of the historical process by which truth has come to be. Igen, tehát a kvantummechanika és az élet értelme.
So quantum mechanics and the meaning of life is a very thought-provoking in the sense that it says that social sciences and natural sciences can give answers to certain problems only together. In the theory of everything,
Of everything must reconcile, unify, comprise not only the laws of the theory of general relativity, the theory of gravity, and the theory of quantum mechanics, but also those of the realm of human cosmic consciousness. Tehát mondanám inkább magyarul, mert az talán egyszerűbb.
let me explain in English rather. The ontological question is whether it is possible to put down an ultimate theory, and how social sciences can cooperate with the natural sciences. Whether we've got answers to questions that are not raised at academic institutes and at universities. What is nothing? Is it obvious that we exist? Would it answer the question why the universe emerged from nothing or from an unknown something? Next slide, please. There is no clear answer to these questions. Many think that it's a blasphemy to have the intention that scientists of different fields, of different disciplines should come together and discuss these issues with representatives of social studies, etc. But we must do that in order to be able to find the common platform, the common denominator. And this is exactly what we are trying to do in a modest way, and I'm so happy that I can be a member, an actor in this. So, let's talk about the actions. What needs to be done? In new age of uncertainty needs different codes, new solutions for the 9 dots puzzle. New solutions need to be found on the basis of the new challenges, and creativity has fantastic opportunities in this crisis, but at the same time it receives challenges as well. So this tempo that is shown by all these changes, it limits us, and the political thinking and the political fantasies remain paralyzed and retreat behind the national borders. We thought that there's going to be an European village and that there's going to be overall cooperation, there's going to be overall democracy, etc. But this is not what happened. Walls are getting erected, which is a clear representation of the tensions of today. So this is what I would like to finish with. 3P versus 4C. Profit, power, prestige versus curiosity, courage, cooperation, and the creation of coalitions and collective action, and the consequent behavior. By consequent behavior, what do I mean by this? By this, I mean that we all would like to jump outside the box. When we started our work in Kőszeg, we were so happy because there were representatives of 15 different disciplines, and we were so happy that yes, we are not limited anymore. And at the end of the day, it all ended, and the next morning we had to continue what we had to do earlier because, of course, the machinery puts us into a mechanism that limits ourselves. So now what happens is that we cannot do this over and over and over again, this jumping back and forth, and we must come to a decision whether we will be brave enough, whether we will have enough stamina not to slide back, not to go back into the box. And for that we need to have courage, because it's a completely unknown universe that we need to live in. We need to build up a completely new civilization. It's not enough to jump out and fall back, but we must remain out there. And these bubbles that Elamir mentioned so many times, for that, in order to burst that bubble, in order to eliminate those bubbles, you need to be brave, you need to have courage. Individuals as well as nation states as well as international organizations suffer from this. And the reason for that is that after a successful period you will have a self-image, self-esteem, and it remains like that even after after that successful era is over. Just let's think of the British Empire, and if there's many bubbles meet, then there is going to be a very risky and dangerous period when world wars may come about. So these bubbles must be bursted, and cooperation, doors of cooperations are opened, and it's up to us, what we are going to be able to do about it. Thank you very much.
Let's move right on to my soul sister from Denmark, Bente Milton, who is here also in the capacity to represent the new Club of Budapest in Scandinavia. Bente, welcome.
Do you want me to step up now? Whatever you do. Thank you, Jody, and thank you, Irvin, for making this happen. Thank you, Maria, for putting it together, and Anne-Marie and Peter and everybody who's been working hard to set up this meeting. It's deeply appreciated by all of us, I think, and certainly us from Scandinavia. So what we've learned, and what I've learned from many conversations with Irvin, and what science is now finally coming to acknowledge, what the ancient wisdom keepers have been telling us, that the conscious mind has a larger impact on reality than most of us were aware of. And this quantum physical concept is now beginning to be acknowledged by mainstream science. And we've arrived at a critical choice point now. We are kind of at a junction where we can choose one mindset or another mindset. And what we see happening now is a shift towards a mindset based on fear. It's like taking a step back when you are met with challenges and say, I have to defend myself, I have to defend my family, I have to build up a fence and protect myself. And if I need to use arms to do so, that's one trend of based on fear. And then there's the other trend based on the opposite, which is love. Love and courage, and the impulse to connect, to communicate, to co-create on a whole new level. And I'm so happy to be part of this still small group of dedicated people who are following that impulse. When I compare what's happening now with what was happening when we met 2 years ago with the sort of on the rally call to turn the Club of Budapest into a tank instead of a think tank, that was a very uplifting time to sort of be together around that thought. Between then and now, an amazing breakthrough has happened. I mean, I wouldn't even have thought that it would be possible to get 193 heads of states to sign a vision, that they believe in a vision for a new civilization on planet Earth. This is an amazing breakthrough. And what I think we need to do, and then building on Ferenc's very inspiring talk here, is to shift our minds and focus on the positive possibilities. Because otherwise we may become overwhelmed by fear and how can we do this? But there's now like a roadmap, there's a plan, there's 17 goals, 169 targets, and the intention is to implement them within the next 15 years. So there's also a deadline and a timeline here. The big question is, how can we make it happen? How can we go from the vision to the actual reality? And I think we need a stepping stone. I think we need to really use the new media technology that we have available now. That's the good news. The good news is that we have the technology available now to communicate across the planet. We have a new generation growing up who are digital natives and completely effortlessly playing with all of these tools and communicating with each other. And this is an amazing opportunity if we use it wisely. It can also be used to evoke more fear and more defensive actions, but I truly believe that the key to our success lies in this new tool which is available now. It wasn't when you signed the manifesto and put this wonderful vision paper together, you didn't have access to these tools yet. The internet was starting to evolve, but now it's like almost like a global brain waking up and allowing all of us as small imaginal cells to connect with each other and start to think bigger thoughts. And the importance of creating positive thinking now is so, I can't stop underlining how important it is to communicate. And I think we should say there's 17 goals, but the 18th is missing. The 18th should be about information, about communication, connection and collaboration, so that we can start to implement the goals from a whole systems perspective. And if we come together, we are all of us more or less representing other organizations, initiatives, projects, and if we can come together and give the best of what we have to share, instead of thinking too much about what's in it for me, how do I promote my own project or my own idea, to really say, let's try and put everything into a circle here and see how, if we can co-create something that's more brilliant than any of us as individuals or individual organizations might be able to put together, then it will be like the manifesto says, like a symphony orchestra with a lot of beautiful, beautiful instruments that have their own individual shape and sound and place in the bigger symphony orchestra, but together we can create a symphony much more beautiful than any individual performance would allow us to do. So that's my entry point to becoming involved in this work. And we have now set up, or in the process of setting up, Club of Budapest in Scandinavia, and we want to reach out from there to all the other national clubs to see what can we build together, inspired by the beautiful vision that Erwin and His Holiness the Dalai Lama were creating back then 20 years ago. I have read it very carefully, and I can completely endorse every word in there. So this is more than just a manifesto. It's actually maybe a blueprint or a roadmap for how we can proceed. And if you read the 17 goals, and if you have followed the work that has been put into arriving at that point, you'll see that it's actually the manifesto of a planetary consciousness coming together with the endorsement of 193 heads of states and a critical mass of people on a planetary scale. And it's that, I'll just round up by saying it's less than you think. You may be scared about what's happening now politically when you look to America, to the United States and in Europe, and there's a majority somehow, or close to a majority of people who want to step back and defend everything and act based on fear, but a critical mass is not that many. I think there's scientific calculations that it's around maybe 10-15%. If we can organize 10-15% of the imaginal minds, the brilliant minds, and work together, we will be able to turn around the masses. And we've set up a plan for that, which I hope I'll be able to come back to. But yeah, just thank you for allowing me to be here and speak. And let's move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bente. I guess our next speaker is going to be virtual. Is that right? Yes? So we will hear from Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, who is an honorary member of the Club of Budapest. We will hear from Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, who is an honorary member of the Club of Budapest, and I'm sure that most of you all know his work. So.
Itt Kaliforniában.
Hello, good morning or good evening. Here in California, it's early afternoon. I don't know what is going to be the period of the day when my message is going to reach you. My name is Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. I work at the University of Claremont, where I am engaged in psychology. I teach and I'm a researcher in psychology, and I was honored to receive the invitation of László Irvin. I was happy to receive his invitation, and that Irvin suggested that I should participate this interesting and important event. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it to Budapest in person because there's going to be several exams at the end of the semester, and I must be present here. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna switch into English because I was a young child when I left Hungary, and I didn't have many chances to talk in Hungarian, and I hope that the interpreting is going to be better than what I could express with my shabby Hungarian language skills.
How proud I feel to belong to this small nation, this long-suffering Hungary, where, despite everything, people are developing a vision of the future that has eluded much larger and more fortunate nations. I'm here referring, of course, specifically to the planetary consciousness perspective developed by the leaders of the Club of Budapest, a breath of fresh air and a hope in these troubled times. I completely agree with the view that instead of trying to fix each planetary problem one by one as they arise, we need to have a more organic, more inclusive map for the future. One that is universal in its scope, yet also takes into account and respects cultural, historical, and even individual differences. This vision of the future reminds me of the one developed by the French Jesuit and scientist Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who saw human evolution as the process of complexification of our planet. Meaning by complexity or differentiated, yet at the same time better integrated both internally environment around them. Teilhard's of human consciousness reached what he called the omega point, a level of complexity that allowed the psyche of mankind to be integrated with God's essence. With respect to this omega point, many of us may repeat what Voltaire said, "I have no need of this hypothesis," he said. Nevertheless, it avoids the many pitfalls that have derailed the progress of humanity in the past. We have to find a trustworthy map. Have been identified by the Club of Budapest in terms similar to those of Teilhard de Chardin himself. One dimension is the integration of consciousness on a planetary scale, while preserving cultural diversity and individual uniqueness. But these in itself is not enough. Integration often leads to political tyranny, religious bigotry, and individual conformity. Differentiation at the same time easily leads to various forms of personal license, social chaos, and intolerance for those who are different from you. Better communication technologies are not the whole solution. Even the emergence of what Teilhard de Chardin called the noosphere, the network of knowledge and information that is now in the process of developing the planet, cannot guarantee that cultural collective wisdom will prevail, and not instead collective ignorance or greed or prejudice. After all, it wouldn't be the first time in human history that the products of science and technology are misused because the evolution of consciousness has not kept pace. So the question now facing us is the following: who or what will give direction to the evolution of complexity, made possible by the internet and the many miraculous opportunities to share information? Will joining chat rooms, writing blogs, expressing one's mind to unknown strangers actually transform our consciousness to the point of feeling more connected, yet also more sure of our own identities than our ancestors did? Or will we use technology as a loudspeaker to express our uncertainties, insecurities, hatreds, or create a deceitful persona to aggrandize ourselves? I do think these questions need to be asked sooner or later. I must express in the meantime my thanks to the colleagues at the Club of Budapest for having started what might become one of the most important conversations our race has been ever involved with. Thank you. I wish I was there with you, and best wishes for an intense and influential meeting, which I am sure will happen in the next few days. And I wish I was with you. Good luck and good wishes.
All right, we will get back to actual representatives here now. And so I would like to continue with Anne-Marie Verhova, please.
Thank you. Yes, I think we're really invited to shift our worldviews, as those are the root cause of society. The need for planetary consciousness is huge. The knowing, as well as the feeling and the doing of the vital interdependence and essential oneness of humankind within the universe. My life purpose, and that of the Hague Center for Global Governance, is to build a world in harmony, attuned to the universal heart and all of nature. The invitation of Erwin to contribute to the Club of Budapest organization really energizes me, and I'm grateful for that, so thank you. One of the actions we are developing in the Club of Budapest Projects Office together with a network is developing centers of supercoherence, which purpose is recovering humanity's supercoherence in the web of life, interconnecting and vitalizing at all scales to amplify life energy that is generative. Supercoherence is the basic condition of life in the biosphere, as Erwin already explained. Humanity has lost focus. So I totally align with the first part of the manifesto, that we need to change our thoughts and actions serving supercoherence so that love can flow in abundance. I am in service of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna-Marie. Moving to the next speaker, I would like to ask Igor Stverko from the Czech Republic and the Club of Budapest to make a contribution. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Erwin, thank you for the invitation. I was thinking a lot what I can contribute with, and finally I would like to very briefly share some observations, some thoughts and some beliefs. The force of life is unpredictable. Farewell materialism, farewell information age, welcome attention age. Today, we really witness the rise of attention-based economy, politics, and power. If you watch closely the current populists, dictators, and authoritarian regimes, what are the most hated, misused, and mimicked businesses? Google, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Reddit, Bitcoin. Attention devoted to viral lies ignited on those platforms can legally, really legally, win elections and referendums, as we observed in Czech Republic, recently in UK, in US, and destroy any useful, complex, strategic project. The question is, do today people really have enough capacity to distinguish lies, intended lies, from the proven truth? I was thinking about we must admit that we truly compete in a red-hot ocean of the attention industry. Looking back at the manifesto, the current manifesto is 20 years mature and has its indisputable value, historic value. Today, given the radical changes in the world politics that I observe the last 3 years mainly, I came to a conclusion. The manifesto deserves a radical rewrite. In order to get attention and desired impact, the new manifesto, I would suggest Manifesto 21 name or something like that, requires evolution edge framework, evolution edge insight, evolution edge content, evolution edge language, evolution edge channel, and an evolution edge organization to create evolution edge product and a business model, sustainable business model of a change. We have all of these components at hand. It's present. It's here. It just waits to be used. Back to the attention industry and attention age as I see it. I believe that such a disastrous way of the current attention period fortunately will not last long. If you look closely at what is happening in a global startup arena today, you might notice something truly disruptive and promising in the backstage. There is an incubation of a reputation age industry, reputation age economy. You may check, for example, the notion blockchain, if you didn't yet. I personally really believe in a balance of competition and cooperation. Maybe many of you heard the word in the business, which is for that, which fits this view. This is the word co-opetition. And this is my belief, my very optimistic belief. This is the way the life really works, and I'm very optimistic about life on this planet. But we are challenged, we have to do our best, put all the best together, our thoughts, the technologies, the theories, and create something new and move forward. I'm really happy to be here. I'm representing Club of Budapest, Czech Republic. I really want to invite all of you next year in September, end of September. We organize a big event, a international transpersonal conference in Prague with Stangrove and Erwin Laszlo also will come. So you are all invited. We can give you more information later. And thank you for listening and your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Igor. It's my mistake, and I switched speakers, so you have to be on your toes if you're on a panel with me. I move now to Alexander Chumakov. I apologize.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm from Russia. I represent Russian Philosophical Society, and I'm also a professor of Faculty of Global Studies, Moscow State University, and also Club of Budapest of Russia. And 2 years ago, I have been here on the meeting of the Club of Budapest. I was alone from Russia. This time we are both. Vladimir Goleney is secretary of Club of Budapest of Russia. I'd like to tell you some ideas, and if you don't mind, I will speak in Russian and ask my young colleagues, Vladimir, help me tell you in English a few words. Thank you. Прежде всего, я хочу сказать, что сегодня мы на 20-летии находимся манифеста, и это очень важная дата для того, чтобы подвести определенные итоги, посмотреть, что сделано и что предстоит сделать в будущем.
First of all, I would like to say that it is an honor to me to be here today and say that this 20th anniversary of the manifesto is a very important date, because now we can make some conclusions, what was made during this period of 20 years and what we can do in our further steps and actions.
Если мы сравним, что было 20 лет назад и что мы имеем сейчас, мы увидим определенный прогресс, но мы должны признать, что мы очень далеки от тех целей, которые поставили и которые мы хотели бы иметь уже, может быть, сегодня, но мы не имеем их.
We should compare the 20 years that was before and the 20 years that are now. So all this period, 20 years before and 20 years now, we see that there was some progress, but still we can say that we have the aims in manifesto, but these programs and these aims are far away from their ending, for their realization into our life.
Дело в том, что идея манифеста – это философская идея. А когда мы говорим о том, что необходимо действовать, мы хотим получить какой-то результат, мы должны понимать, что одних философских идей мало.
We should understand that the aims of manifesto are philosophical, And if we know that philosophical approaches are not just the thoughts, they are also some actions, and it is very hard to get result if we do not understand that philosophy as it is some very important core of human being life. So we should also add the questions about the philosophical approaches and mention them in manifesto and our further actions.
Уже здесь, в аудитории, сегодня много говорилось о том, какая большая разница между богатством и бедностью на планете. Достаточно сказать, что большая часть населения Земли живет ниже уровня бедности. И изменить эти обстоятельства нельзя только обращаясь к сознанию, нужно изменить их реальную жизнь. Это проблема, как это сделать?
There had been said several times that there is very huge gap between rich and poor, and of course it is one of the main problem nowadays, and we should remember that maybe the majority of the population on the earth is below the poverty line, and of course we should change this situation, but doing this we should take into account that we should not change just the conscience, we should change the approaches.
Мы должны изменить жизнь одного философского сознания, и просто изменение сознания недостаточно.
We should change the approaches of the life of these people, of the life in countries where do they live.
Для того, чтобы изменить нашу жизнь, мы должны обратиться, конечно же, к людям, которые принимают решения. Это прежде всего политики. И в этой связи я хотел бы заметить, что почти 50 лет тому назад был создан Римский клуб в 1968 году, где Аурелио Пичей и Эрвин Ласло были основателями этого клуба, и где первые доклады этого клуба меняли наше сознание.
To change our life is not so easy if we are not joined with the people who really can do any actions, and these people are politicians because they have the power to do this. If we remember, in 1968 there was created the Club of Rome, which combined both sides, scientific and politician, to change the conscience of people, to make real actions in the change of the situation in the world. And of course, Aurelio Pichet and Erwin Laszlo were the two main creators, two main people who make the real action to do this job in frames of Club of Rome and in the world.
Я был студентом Московского университета в 70-е годы. И хорошо помню, как доклады Римского клуба и первый доклад Римского клуба, пятый доклад «Цели для человечества» Эрвина Ласло меняли наше сознание, меняли наше представление о мире, хотя мы были в Советском Союзе и были на определенной дистанции от западного мышления, от западного сознания.
I was a student in late 30s of last century at Moscow State University, and I clearly remember the works of the Club of Budapest, especially the fifth work, which was written by Erwin Laszlo, and all these works really changed the consciousness of the students who were listening to read them, and of course I can say that some of the people who was brought on these works changed their consciousness, taking into account that USSR was a bit far from the philosophical and the scientific way that had the West Europe.
В 70-е, 80-е годы прошлого столетия выросла новая генерация, новое поколение на идеях Римского клуба и на докладах, которые мы тогда слушали. Но после развала Советского Союза, после исчезновения социалистической системы, сознание поменялось, поменялись приоритеты. И на целые десятилетия, в 90-е годы, перестали говорить о глобальных проблемах, и только к концу столетия заговорили о глобализации.
During the decade of 70s and years, the new generation appeared, and there was very high discussion about the global problems. But after the collapse of the USSR, Soviet Union, there was like the lack of this discussion. During this decade of 90s, of course there was some changes of consciousness, but the aims, real aims, how to change the global problems and what exactly are the global problems of this period were far away from the high discussion that were previously.
Этот пример показывает, как важно нам поддерживать состояние на уровне сознания, состояние глобального мышления, глобальной взаимосвязи, взаимозависимости. И в этом отношении я очень ценю деятельность клуба Будапештского и непосредственно Эрвина Ласло, потому что мы таким образом можем взаимодействовать на разных частях нашей планеты. Это очень важно сегодня делать в теоретическом сознании.
And this example shows the necessity to combine the approaches of practical and theoretical thoughts. How can we change the consciousness of people? How can we create the global thinking? And I am very happy, and it is an honor for me to participate in Club of Budapest, because it is a very great opportunity to unite different points of the world into one global think tank.
Завтра у нас будет возможность рассказать о том, что мы делаем в России в этом направлении. Мы поделимся нашими идеями, планами. Но сегодня я хотел бы закончить на той ноте, которую озвучил Эрвин Ласло в своем заключении, сказав, что маленькие группы людей, если они объединяются, они могут влиять на мир. Это очень важно. И второе обстоятельство – это приложить максимум внимания, чтобы мы вовлекли молодежь в это движение. Мы с этим полностью согласны и делаем как раз в этом направлении самое главное в России.
Tomorrow we are ready to present some of our ideas. We will share our thoughts and what exactly we are doing in the Club of Budapest in Russia. And to finish my speech, I would like to remind and agree with the idea that our dear Ervin Laszlo said, that small groups of people, if they unite, can change the world, and it is really true. And also, I would like to add that it is very important to yes, to invite the youth, to invite the people of very young age in this participation and this action, that because they are really the next generation that can change the world.
Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. The last contribution for this center, for this section, is going to be the reading of a message of Mitsu Shibata, the global ambassador. I don't know who is going to be reading that message, and I don't see Mari anywhere. All right, so then we will maybe have that later in the day. We're going to take another break now for 10 minutes, okay? And then we will continue. Thank you all.
Thank you for your translation today. Pressure, yes.
It was a little surprising.
It's a little bit controversial.
These are some new programs here in Hungary. You young people at the university might be interested in. So can I give you these to take back with you? We offer scholarships. You've got a Coronavirus for the film festival.
You do? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but I won't. I really just last trip. What I found was the lovely experience.
One student was picture of the green. No, so she's studying.
I have friends who can do it,
But she's studying.
You're interested. You should. Yes.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
So you have.
We have different view, but I think it's about the program is that money flies, racing, businesses, decisions, program is that reputation for anybody.
Most of the Russian is the common language.
Drives only so the convert credit and education into money that they can do favors.
No, we have Russian professors that teach here. So it's a very you're administrative in a university market. Yes, and we have a summer school of all religions. It's good time to see what we teach. Like a single person to keep in contact with those people, and then we can just do writing. Where are you now?
No, I'm in school.
The producers want to change
No, they change few words and suddenly it's different topic. No, it's not that. I'm happy to discuss this stuff. Recently I was really impressed by the technology of the blockchain. Technology really it's really, especially something like it's unbelievable.
It's near to Vienna. Near to Vienna. We are it's right at the Austrian-Hungarian border.
I think it's
But
technology. There's some it's technology, there's some risks, issues, and so on. But there is a potential.
Attention with awareness and also professor at the university. You talk about
Attention, found that it's a attention.
It's a problem with the invitation today because there is no address on here. So people don't know where to go. And I invited many people and they are not here. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Attention. You might have full bookstore full of great books, but if someone comes to your house and give you a book, gets your attention. Somebody. You don't know.
We have a YouTube series, and our YouTube series is a series of interviews that are really pithy and very intelligent interviews. I have friends who are producing a YouTube series where they're dressing up as superheroes and doing 40-minute pieces of superheroes. They're getting millions of views. So it's exactly it's like
Yeah, you can see that on the YouTube video. The students' videos, millions. And even they can be live. I've seen video or edits post half the elections in the US. There was some post, some essays hearing anti-Trump protesters. Nothing was imposed. Somebody just saw the time of the protests. There were some buses, 20 buses over there. Some took a picture, put it on Reddit, and said, I know what are these professional protesters. It looked viral. Got to Trump. Trump commented on that. And these ugly guys, they don't accept the result of the elections. But recently, the original guy, he said, I checked Google, and there was no conference, nothing like that. He put it on the Reddit, but it was not true because there was a company who heard 13,000 people conference at the time. These buses were on this conference. So, they made a company, there's some buses, the guy accepted that, made an apologize on Reddit. This post, he said, yeah, it's proven, it's a nonsense. Nobody cares. Lie. Why we don't show saying right now to get advantage. So the first speech has to protect the most powerful candidate. So first speech, when the weakest guy is with Jack. And step by step, turning, working the eyes, just think, really good.
Well, hopefully get a chance to so dense this conference. Thank you guys.
we please regroup, and can the next panel people please come and sit behind the table? Thank you very much.
Dana. She's going to be your best. I think, yeah, Dana, is that yours? No, I think it's Benedict. Oh, it's Benedict. Oh, yes, it's Benedict. You are good. No, I'm not going to do it. She's going to do it. That's fine. No problem. So will you explain? So you will explain that when you put someone in it,
Szeretnénk elkezdeni a utolsó ebéd előtti beszélgetést.
Let's continue with the final session before the lunch break.
If there is any motivation needed, then maybe I can promise that after this one there is time for lunch. Perhaps perhaps the people outside, somebody could call them in. Who could be the one? Thank you. Wonderful. Exactly you who I was thinking of. But of course, from a facilitation point of view, it's quite understandable that after so much information, inspiration, thoughts, new ideas, one has a deep, deep desire to share and talk to others instead of just taking in more and more and more. Sometimes there is this old paradigm, even in conferences like this, that the participants are empty heads which just come to be filled in without any feedback loop. So, quite understandable. I personally believe that maybe it's time to start because lunch is coming very close. And we would like to start with a message, not a film, but a message from Lady Fiona Montague. And as much as I know her from the past, she actually is a very dedicated, inspiring, and devoted server of this cause. So I'm sure that her words will be landing in your hearts just the same way.
So this is on behalf of Lady Montague, who can't join us here in person, but sent her words to me to read out to you all. There is a groundswell of frustration and longing for change. It's a driving force which is gathering momentum, something that has been ignited with the emotional life of the many. In these uncertain and turbulent times, our resolve and loving cooperation with each other in the service of others is the task in hand. As we all reflect upon the rapidly changing global situation, politically and economically, what an exciting and challenging time it is to be a member of the Club Budapest. Every day I manifest my higher soul frequency and call upon the forces of light and the power of timelessness to sweep through this glorious but troubled planet. Erwin Laszlo first came into my life in 1997 when I was instrumental in the launch of the Club of Budapest International at the House of Lords. What an exciting event that was. A pivotal moment in my life, a chance to become a small part of a defining and deciding the human future. Peter Ustinov was our guest at the honour of the House of Lords event. I remember saying to him, "I'm a gypsy, Peter. I belong nowhere." "No, no," he responded. "You're like And of course he's right. We all belong everywhere. A brotherhood of peaceful humanity, respecting each other and people's truths. The Club of Budapest has always been a noble impulse and a wake-up call. The power of the original manifesto comes from its message, a message of warning, but also a commitment of hope. There is a mercurial magician in our Irvin, the way he has orchestrated us all to join him on this fascinating evolutionary journey, not for nothing as a composer. He has always had an extraordinary talent for gathering the greatest thinkers, movers and shakers of our time, fellow light-bearers, and one of his supreme talents is his ability to persuade mega-busy luminaries to find the time to participate in the Club of Budapest and its conferences. The power of involved individuals is the value, but the power of a group of such people is beyond measure. That is the fact of natural law and ancient wisdom. So it is indeed a pleasure and a privilege to contribute to my optimistic voice to your event today. Thank you, Lady Montague.
Thank you so much. And just to remind us all that the title of this section is Creativity and Diversity. And I often think whether being global citizen or from the ancient wisdom school, the new servers of new group of world servers, and sharing similar or almost the same mindset, how that contributes to creativity and diversity globally. I think this is one of the exciting potentialities for the future, that one thing is to become global in our oneness, and the second thing is to offer opportunities for diversity. And now we're going to hear about that from Argentina, quite far away from our continent where we are now. Hugo Francon, please. Thank you.
Pot Budapest. Hi Budapest. It's a great honor for me to be here. As my English is not good, I apologize for reading our message. My name is Hugo Francone, born in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Buenos Aires means good earth. And Net Spirit was also born in Buenos Aires. We are people united by a vision, the creation of a field of intention to generate ideas for the evolution of consciousness. We want to share with you an example of our creative interpretation of the manifesto. And a free global communication initiative named Net Spirit to join and amplify the voices of all of you so that they can reach as many people as possible. I want to tell you that this dream was born 5 years ago after reading a book written by a member of the Club of Budapest, A World Without Poverty by Muhammad Yunus. Yunus challenges entrepreneurs to, instead of continuing to think about profits, to think about projects for social purposes. He affirms that if creativity and entrepreneurship are combined with the internet precisely for a social purpose, the world could change very quickly. Inspired by this wonderful book, we understand that the internet offers us a great opportunity that we never had before, to be the most interconnected world in history, to spread the spiritual wisdom that has always been present in human consciousness, in the simplest and most beautiful way possible, searching for what we call the transforming understanding, which implies that the paradigm shift is not only a replacement of ideas, but a whole transformation that involves a new thinking, sensing, and acting. Let me show you now a short video about Spirit Week, and finally, our next 4 years action vision. Now I would like to share with you our plan for the next 4 years shortly. Next. This idea was born when Erwin Laszlo was in Buenos Aires a month ago, and it is already in progress through Argentina government. Next. In addition to the Global Week of Spirituality, there is the possibility of multiplying it in different countries through the year with satellite weeks. Satellite weeks, okay. There's a lot of interest in Buenos Aires to host a massive Spirit Week. To spread the message to as many people as possible, to make alliance with the media around the world is strategic. 2 years ago, we launched the virtual platform named netspirit.com, and we already have 100,000 subscribers, hoping to reach 1 million in the next few years. This is another strategic goal, to develop an online volunteer community to translate the content. We want to bring together in the same event important companies of technology and mass media, and also global organizations related with spirituality, with the aim to amplify the message. This is an invitation to work together. We don't care as much failing as not doing the intent. I would like to close the presentation with a special thanks to Erwin Laszlo and all the distinguished members of the Club of Budapest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm sure already people signed up. Everybody took note of it. And I must tell you that this year we organized something in Hungary, just exactly the time which you have given. So maybe our seeding thought went into coherence with the world. And this is how probably the world starts moving, that without, on a super coherence level, people just are connected already. I think we are looking forward to another very exciting video, online virtuality, and the person whom you are going to hear a message from probably is well known for decades for so many people all around the world, and he also must have inspired really a lot of practitioners, I think.
Greetings, distinguished humanitarians and cultural creators. My name is Bruce Lipton, and I would like to thank Irvin and Maria for this opportunity to talk about new metrics and understanding human evolution. Our conventional version of evolution based on Neo-Darwinian theory is a two-step process. Step one is activated by a random or accidental mutation. Step two, which is called natural selection, is expressing what is the consequence of that mutation. Does it enhance the viability of that organism, or does it compromise that organism? If it enhances life, that new mutation will be carried through to future generations. The problem with this is twofold. Number one, if mutations are of random nature or accidental mutations which initiate evolution, then the question is why are we here becomes How can I tell you why we're here? It was all an accident, meaning it offers no future for us in understanding about evolution. Number two, unfortunately, is even worse because that is the natural selection process, which is another way of saying competition for survival of the fittest in the struggle for existence. The belief that life is a struggle. This is a misunderstanding derived from Thomas Malthus, and is completely false. That, in fact, new science now recognizes that evolution is primarily driven by cooperation. Think about it this way. A garden is an integrated community of all organisms working in harmony. It is not a battleground. And consequently, what we're trying to do is put the garden back in the system, and that means competition is actually antagonistic to our evolution at this time. So we have to say that what is evolution based on? Well, we look at what's called the tree of life, which was created in the 1800s, and it starts off at the base of the tree with primitive organisms like bacteria. As you ascend the height of the tree, you get more and more complex organisms, and near the top of the tree is where we find humans and other higher organisms. The relevance about this is our understanding that evolution is that it represents a hierarchy of increasing genetic control. That as you go up the evolutionary tree, we were believing that more advanced organisms express their advanced stages in larger numbers of genes and greater genetic complexity. Unfortunately, this whole thing has been found to be flawed. When the Human Genome Project was finished, it was found that humans have approximately 20,000 genes. This is exactly the same number of genes found in the most primitive worm called Caenorhabditis elegans, a worm smaller than a millimeter in length and containing 1,271 cells, has 20,000 genes. And a human with 50 trillion cells has 20,000 genes. So evolution is not an expression of genetic complexity and more genes as we ascend the tree of life. The question is then, what does the tree of life represent? Well, originally, the first tree of life was actually facilitated by the work of Lamarck. Lamarck talked about evolution and an increasing hierarchy of organisms, but it was based on the nervous system. And in fact, if we do look at the tree of life, it represents levels of consciousness, from most primitive consciousness found in bacteria to the more advanced stages of consciousness, such as human self-consciousness. So as we look at the tree, we say consciousness is the metric for looking at evolution. Then I said, well, where's consciousness? Well, at first we thought genes were controlling life, and that's why the nucleus of the cell where the genes are found was presumed to be the brain of the cell, because it was thought that genes could turn on and off. Well, this is completely false. Genes do not have self-actualization. Genes are controlled by environmental signals. This is the foundation of the new genetics, the revolutionary genetics, called epigenetics. Epi means above. So when we say epigenetic control, we're literally saying control above the genes. We now know that the environment is the source of information that controls our biology. My work on that led to an understanding of how does that environmental information enter and control the cell. This led me to an understanding of the cell membrane. The cell membrane, thought to be something like plastic wrap holding the cytoplasm together, is much more elegant than that. It's an information processor. Built into the cell membrane are proteins of two types. One's called receptors, which are the sensory organs of the cell, and another class of proteins in the membrane are called effectors, which are the proteins that engage cellular functions. Coupling a receptor to an effector protein couples an environmental signal to a biological response. So the switches, represented by receptors and effectors, are units of perception. The receptor reads an environmental signal. The effector translates that signal into a biological response. So a switch represents a receptor-effector complex, which is the equivalent of a stimulus-response complex, and in more technical terms represents an I/O, input-output unit, such as a bit of data. The relevance is perception units are built into the membrane. To add more perception, which means adding more consciousness, you can't stack the perception units on top of each other in the membrane. They can only monolayer. Simple point. More perception units require more surface area. So the metric now for consciousness is membrane surface area. So we look at the most primitive cells, bacteria, when they form. Interestingly, these cells are surrounded by an exoskeleton, a capsule. significance, the size of the cell is very limited by this external skeleton. A membrane can only fill up so much of that bacterium. So the relevance is a bacterium has a limited amount of membrane surface area. The first phase of evolution was to make the smartest bacterium. But once we maximized the membrane of the bacterium, it couldn't add any more membrane because of the surrounding capsule. So evolution stopped after making the smartest bacterium. The next level of evolution was a change in modality. Rather than enhancing the intelligence of the individual cell, evolution jumped by forming communities of cells that share awareness. So heterogeneous communities of bacteria got together, surrounded themselves with a membrane in a structure called a biofilm, where all the bacteria with their different functions coordinate their activities to create the life of the community. The evolution of this community led to the next higher level of cell called the eukaryotic cell, the equivalent of the amoeba. The amoeba is a specialized version of a biofilm, having all the same functions as the bacteria. But what's different is the amoeba has an internal skeleton which allows the membrane to become much more expansive. An amoeba, which is a representative of an advanced community of bacteria, has 1,000 times more membrane surface area than any single bacteria would have. So an amoeba is potentially much smarter because of the membrane. The issue about it is this. The next level of evolution was to make the smartest amoeba. The problem is this. Even an amoeba reaches a maximum size with an internal skeleton for the simple reason is this. The structure of the membrane has integrity to it that cannot hold too much cytoplasm. If there's too much mass in the cytoplasm, it will cause the membrane to rip, which would kill the cell. So even an amoeba reached a maximum size. And so the next level of evolution was now that I had the smartest amoeba and I couldn't make it any smarter, what would happen then? Evolution stopped by not trying to increase the intelligence of amoeba, but change paradigm now by assembling amoebas in the community. And if you look in the mirror and see yourself, you say, look, I'm a human organism. I go, you are a community of 50 trillion amoebas. You appear as a new organism, but you're a community. And the relevance about that is then the human evolved as a specialized version of communities of amoebas, that the brain of the human or mammals is contained in the skull. At first, mammals just had round, smooth brains. But when we got to the human and the skull size was limited, the brain increased not by expanding the surface of the skull, but by folding and causing gyri and sulking surface area. So when you take a human brain and flatten it out, there's the surface area of the brain that is a reflection of consciousness. But the problem is this. You can only put so much brain inside a skull. So after the smartest human evolved, the next level of human evolution was not to make a smarter human, but to make a community of humans. And this is where we are right now. Breaking down the old structure where humans were separated as individuals to create a new system of life on this planet, where all humans are cells in the body of a superorganism called humanity. To create humanity, we must break the existing structure, and that's what we're seeing in the world right now, a breakdown of barriers and borders. The creation of a nervous system that is global, the internet, is what is hooking up all these cells into one giant community. What we have to recognize that humans are now facing what is called autoimmune disease. The cells of the superorganism called humanity are fighting one another and killing one another. That's self-destruction, which by definition is autoimmune disease. So the relevant understanding right now is the structure is breaking down. Civilization is falling apart because our civilization is based on separation with borders and boundaries between people and nations. And we must recognize that our evolution is the community coming together as one. And in this understanding, we have to recognize, yes, indeed, consciousness is the metric by which we're measuring evolution. But we have to recognize that, yes, we do have a mind, but that mind is comprised of two interdependent elements. There is the conscious mind, is the creative mind, and this is the one connected to our personal identity and our spirituality. The other mind is the subconscious mind. This is essentially a record playback mind, a programmable mind. And in fact, the first 7 years of a child's life, the brain activity is predominantly in theta, which is hypnosis. This is a period of downloading the behaviors necessary to become a member of a family and a community. But once a child reaches 7, then the conscious mind is engaged, and the child then has more freedom and opportunities. Unfortunately, science has revealed that 5% of our daily life is controlled by the conscious mind, and 95% of our life is controlled by subconscious programs. The reason is simple. When the conscious mind is thinking, the system is taken over by default, the autopilot, the subconscious is then in control. So 95% of the day we are playing programs that we downloaded from our parents. And their programs we downloaded from their parents. So essentially, the basic programs that we're living by are not the creative wishes and desires of the population, but are the programs that have been passed through generation to generation in family lineages. And therefore, if we want to evolve, people must recognize that they're not actually running their lives with their conscious mind. They have been programmed. This is not a new understanding. The Jesuits have recognized for 400 years by saying, give me a child until they're 7 and I will show you the man. They already knew the first 7 years is downloading programs, and the consequence of that is those programs will essentially control the child's life through their adulthood 95% of the time. So the relevance is, the movie The Matrix is not science fiction, it's a documentary. We've all been programmed. To move into our evolution, we must become aware that we have been programmed, and then we have the opportunity to rewrite those subconscious programs of limitation and advance into the future. So in considering what lies ahead of us, recognize this. There's a collapse of the existing system because it's not supportive of us as individuals or the planet. And there will be the evolution of a new system where all humans from all over the planet, a global civilization, will recognize that we are the cells creating the superorganism humanity. And with that consciousness, the whole world will recover, the garden will return, and we can move into the future. But this is all dependent upon the public recognizing they have been programmed, and an opportunity for them to reprogram so they can manifest their wishes and desires, which collectively would express itself as heaven on earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And anyone who doesn't speak English as a native language, I encourage you just to go onto YouTube and listen to him, okay? Because probably it was just zoom a little bit too much. And one of my passions is not to overwhelm people with non-understandable expressions and words, because that actually discourages and disempowers people in general, and that's not what we are after. And probably you know that very well, coming from the integral approach. So I would like to introduce our next sharer about your work in France under the name of the Club of Budapest around creativity and diversity. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, it's hard to speak. Yeah, it's hard to speak after Bruce and such a rich content. Yeah, I just wanted to share a few words with you about our work in France, in the French Club, and how we could bring creativity and diversity into our work. We think it will help you better understand our posture, and we will go on this afternoon, of course, but also start perhaps the work for tomorrow, because our work is not perfect, of course, but we would enjoy and embracing any critical inputs to improve our process. So, as you may know, the French Club was created 20 years ago around the manifesto on spirit of planetary consciousness and another book from Irving's, which is the challenges of the third millennium. So our mission in France was, how can we bring those critical messages to people? How can we bring awareness about that shifting paradigm that we must take and accomplish rapidly? How can we bring people to this transitional journey to create a more sustainable life, more conscious, more aligned with living patterns? Not easy at all. A great challenge. So I will talk about the tools we used and then the format of the actions that we took. First, in terms of tools, that's true that we had many tools in hands, from physical, psychological, physical, economical, spiritual. So we use quite many, but there's one that we favored, which is the integral thinking. Because we thought that the integral tools coming from the 4 quadrants from Ken Wilbert was offering us a large panel of sub-tools. At the same time, external pragmatic tools that enables you to see what are the impacts of your own action in the world, but also internal and introspective tools asking you who you are, because that's sure, you can't ask people to change if you don't change yourself. Be the change you want to see in the planet, said Gandhi, and that's fully true. So that being said, in terms of format, what we did in France is that we created what we call the integral university, which is a mix of blogging, sharing text, videos, messages, but also we created conferences, 1-day or 2-day formats, depending on the topic. And we tried to cover quite as many topics as possible, always aim to how can we all live together on this planet. So we covered, for example, integral education, integral politics, integral economics, integral health, integral art, many. Also one which was quite important, it's new currencies, new values, and new indicators of wealth. That was a 2-day session. So we've covered, we had created almost more than 20, between 20 and 25 different integral universities, approximately 2 per year, to cover what you also see in the Wheel of Creation. So that's quite large topics. Then how can we bring diversity and... Well, first we're trying to have a balance into gender, meaning having as many women as men. And believe me, it's not easy. Because it's not that we don't have knowledgeable women at all, but it's just that they not speak. And that's a cultural gap that we need to fill in, because women can bring wonderful content in terms of caring our Mother Earth. So their sacred values are just wonderful. We also tried to have a balance between generation, having senior people, but also young generation, because we don't own our planet, we just borrow it from next generation, as the Indian said. We also trying to have a transdisciplinary and systemic approach in our content. By transdisciplinary, we tried to have participants, both speakers and attendants, coming from every areas. Bruce said it, we can't think in silo anymore, we need to mix thinkings. So it was not unusual that in the same conference you could have a priest, you could have a scientist, an economist, sometimes a priest being a scientist, you could have artists, musicians, all kind of people, and they were sharing wonderful content. We also supported disruptive thinking and sharing different approaches, because we think that we can't have a one-size-fits-all solution to face the challenges. So the only thing that we wanted is non-violent communication and respecting others. And that worked. We never had quarrels, and it was even the contrary. They were wanting to follow on the discussion after through other researches, conferences. We also invited people coming from very, very different culture, coming from all over the world, physically or through Skype and videos like you did. So we had people from Oroville, Finhorn, but also Indians coming from the Amazon, an Amazon tribe, many people. And then we try to balance the right and left mind, as that was said this morning, by mixing speaking, but also art and music and workshops. So that's more or less what we did.
as you were speaking, and it was more and more inconvenient for me to stop you, you know. I think one of the challenges of these new inspirational people is that they are so much inspired, full of spirit, energy, that it's difficult to hold that and just to contain it sometimes, and we pour out into the world. And from that point of view, I would like to introduce you our last sharer, let's call it, Jodi Jensen. And I really love this abbreviation. I haven't seen it before, I ask. And the reason why I love it is because it's easy to fall into the trap of giving the answers to the difficulties in the world. And by doing so, I actually believe we follow an old pattern, which means that some of us know what we and the others should do. And instead of that, many times I think, fortunately, there is a new growing movement which is searching for the questions and encourages the people to ask the questions. And finding the right questions and creating the right holding space offers the opportunities of the diversity to manifest in this new understanding. So I believe I Ask is a wonderful name for that. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll be happy to speak with any of you about this very new and experimental institution that we've built. And it fits in extremely well with what you just said, Benedicta, because we bring together natural sciences, social scientists, musicians, artists. And I mean, it's, as I said, it's an ongoing experiment. It's evolving. But we come to some incredibly interesting questions that we formulate together in the kind of context of the wisdom of crowds kind of conception. A question that I, as a social scientist, might propose is looked at in a different way by my evolutionary biologist friends. So it's, as I say, is an experiment, but it's absolutely necessary, I think, today to start asking the right questions, formulating them together. I'm really so sorry that you have to listen to me at the end of all of these wonderful talks today, but there were a couple of things I wanted to point out. In science fiction novels, the 20th century is usually described as either the century where everything went wrong or when humanity finally got it right due to some kind of miraculous intervention or transformation. There are other kinds of formulations for the age that we live in. I like to talk about exhale ages in my work, and they describe how people all over the world are struggling to find new meaning in the very new conditions of existence that are the result of industrial, technical, and communications revolutions. So the existential need for meaning and comfort now require a new spiritual revolution, some believe, or a global awakening. We've heard these terms already today, which envisions a paradigm shift from a mechanistic worldview to an organic or holistic worldview. The period we live in has also been characterized as the end of history, empire, the nation state, neoliberalism, the end of Europe, and the end of the world system. It's been described as civilizational crisis, which is the framework within which Elamir Hunkish worked. And that underscores the emergence of new perceptions regarding the human condition, development, and accumulation, which has become more knowledge-based, dematerialized, and deterritorialized. Some have described the economy as becoming increasingly weightless, as more and more of it becomes knowledge and creativity-based. In another vocabulary, we live in an age of uncertainties, structural crisis, systemic bifurcation, and transition from one world system to another. And although we do not know what the new world system or structure will look like, As individuals and as collectives, we can have more impact at this time. This is what Erwin was emphasizing this morning. Because we are not under the constraints of the old or the emerging New World system. Therefore, the age we live in is more open to human intervention and creativity. What is common in many of these old and new bubbling up movements and political worldviews is the strong insistence to historic dividedness and cultural differences, as well as the complete lack or rejection of a holistic approach in dealing with grave social, political, and ecological problems. Threatened in their existence and legitimacy, old institutions, interest groups, and other global and national stakeholders are keen to entrench themselves and fight one another to secure their interests and survival. The new wave of disintegration and self-isolation is a result of the failure of global and regional institutions like the United Nations, the WTO, the World Bank, the IMF, the European Union. Instead of contributing globally or regionally to more equality, peace, and human security, these institutions themselves contribute to the survival of the old paradigm of unequal dividedness, one-sided dependency, and manifold insecurity. So we have a need for new norms and a new narrative that should establish the perception of oneness of the human race and with the planet on which we live. This means the acceptance and understanding of the inevitability of a holistic view of humankind together with its corresponding self-created institutions. The vision and practice of a wisdom-based society that turns knowledge into organic and holistic practices. That is what I think we need to work on. So in conclusion, as I send you off to lunch, I want to send this message. Do not be dismayed by the brokenness of the world. All things break, and all things can be mended. Not with time, as they say, but with intention. So go, love intentionally, extravagantly, unconditionally. The broken world waits in the darkness for the light that is you. Thank you.
So thank you so much, and I also learned it ages ago, and it ties up with your words of the Wisdom Society, that knowledge in itself is not enough unless it moves and sinks into the heart furnace, and then comes wisdom with fullness. And maybe apart from the heart furnace, we need the stomach as well for living on. So let's go and have lunch until 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
I'm not joking. We had a week last year and this year, just exactly this time, which was a healing spirit week, which programs healing historic traumas, because that I think needs to be healed, and moving on. So healing the past and moving on. So that's exactly, so we are already moving. That's
It was something fine.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
How can I switch it off? How can I switch it off? Do you know? Mária, a professzor úr azt mondják, mondom, ott már a Máriával együtt, most szaladjon oda, mind a ketten itt vannak, a piros kabátka, itt a piros kabátka, és mellette balra a professzor úr.
Are you calling us or where we can see what you want to do? One more seat.
I think we need one more seat. So you are from Argentina. You are Mr. Eduardo Tanconi. You are from. I think we're here. No, I think it. No. I think it's enough. If I remember, because you one is missing. One message. Yeah. It's fine. 45. This is it. We don't need it. We don't need it either. Yeah, miscalculated. Oh, it's only 5. Okay, let's leave it here. And this. So.
Free. Free for food.
Somebody sitting here?
Yes. Waiting for you.
Yeah.
Oh, it works.
We can do as it is written here. No? What do you think?
Yeah. Do you want to have these for in case? Who's hosting the table? You? Do you want somebody to put up, or is it okay?
Unfortunately, there will be some delays, changes, but we try. Thank you very much.
We are going to start with the
Senator.
center, so we are going to start with that. So hopefully,
Menjünk a sorra, apa sorrendben.
Yeah, that
Van az a
is the
leges.
first one. Yeah.
Mi csak előtte egy pár percet mondok, jó? Egy percet, nem pár percet. Let's wait. One more minute and we're coming. It's working.
1 minute and
After was always nice. Still. Shall I go to the rooms to ask them to come? I think we shall I please ask them to come in. I told them already 5 minutes ago.
Second time, it's
please do that.
Like it's a good time to show a message on minutes.
I don't think so. It's necessary. I hope that they will. But I will take care of it.
What time? How much time did you say for this?
I think at 5 to 6, 7 minutes. But gentleman who has a 10 minutes presentation, so which is ready-made, so I
can give you after 5 minutes, like 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much.
And then you can.
I'm fine.
I just put it
Yes,
aside.
and the colleagues promised to be.
I'll just give you. After 5 minutes, I'll give you 1 minute.
Right, yeah, good.
Google woman, that sounds good. Great. So I think that will be the way.
Yeah.
I think we'll run here for a walk. Yeah, because it's very important.
I think at a certain point you need to start.
Yeah.
Because I'm not making a much impression anymore with the bell.
No, don't do
So
that.
maybe the voice will help.
I will do that. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the lunch. I hope you had a wonderful lunch and you are absolutely sleepy. So we try to wake you up. I would like to... I want to introduce only myself at this moment, later than all the people of the panel, just to know that I am an environmental lawyer from Hungary, and I am the chairman of the supervisory board of the Budapest Club Foundation. That's the reason why I'm here. And we are talking about call for responsibility. This is the title of this panel. And just one legal remark, and that's all on my side. There is a general understanding of the human rights law that there are 3 generations of human rights, and the environmental rights belong to the and sustainability, and others belong to the 3rd. But nowadays they are talking about the 4th generation of human rights emerging. It is about the responsibilities. So also there are several references that we are talking too much about rights and we are talking less about obligations and responsibilities. So it's better to do that now. I could learn that there is a video message of Senator Fiorella Cortiana, who is an international creative member, but there is something wrong with the message. Is it correct? So we don't have the chance to have a look at it. So we have a bit more time for us, and we planned to have some time for, hopefully it will go for questions and remarks. We asked the panelists to be short if possible. So also the second speaker, Beatriz Bonin from Basque country, could not finally come. So we turn to the 3rd speaker, Simon Ramonulu, if I say it correctly, from Brazil.
Thank you. Hi everybody. Big honor, pleasure, and to be here. And also a big responsibility, as responsibility is the theme. The question, first of all, is what means to be responsible, you know. And this is the big challenge everywhere. And for us in Brazil, much bigger responsibility because we are the 6th economy in the world and the 3rd worst country for education. So you can imagine how difficult it is to talk to those people. So what we choose through the Club of Budapest, because we start this movement early in Brazil in 92, 93, when we met first Willis Harman, who was the first signatory of the manifesto. And he made the contact with Erwin and all the groups since there. So it's a long history, and I want to make this very short. I didn't prepare anything. The only thing I want to share with you is the experience we had in this country, because I really believe we have a lot of thoughts, and actions to share. Because when we talk about responsibility, we need to understand that we talk about thinking, about feelings, and about actions. And this is probably the most difficult challenge for people. The difference between European in general and our Latin culture. So this is, we choose to have two edges to work with people, because we work directly with communities, any kind of communities. So those edges are very simple, you know, something that help us to move the movement. In the same time, we choose cooperation and responsibility. So cooperation is a kind of intelligence, and responsibility is the ability to put in action what we think and what we feel. So what we do, we sit with people, we talk to people, and we try to be very feminine in this aspect, you know. Feminine in the sense of nourishing and in the sense of to take care. And how to those people with different level of culture but with the same level of necessity could understanding such a language, because it's a very difficult language for most of people when we talk about responsibility and about cooperation or consciousness. So we start in a very simple level, and we talk about the reality of each context where we work. We talk about the necessity, and we talk about the possibility. When we have these 3 points clear, the human expression flows more directly into the reality. And we create tools for that. We create tools for this kind of collective and collaborative intelligence. We create actions and tools for those people open, you know, the mind and the heart. So what is the balance, what we do in Brazil? It's simple like this. We just talk to the heart of people. When we talk to the heart, we touch the central point of the human being. So if the necessity is from the thinking or the change of mind, we work changing mind. If the necessity is on the very simple level of, you know, survive and to be just nourished, we work in this level. And that's why we create this institute called the Institute Antacarana, and I am very happy because my French colleagues use the same word. And Antacarana is, Antacarana is the bridge, is the path that we can construct to make our own development, our own develop could be the good work. And from the point where we are here, when we arrive in the earth, until the point of we want to reach or we want to go when we finish our human journey. So you see, we are mixing a lot of different levels of actions, and the different points of actions are necessary if we really want to make the mind change, because each person has his own necessity and his own perspective of life and his own goal to reach the own evolution and the own development. I want to stop here because in reality it will be too many things to share with you. We have some time until tomorrow, or in the next end of the panel we can talk more about how those actions are going on. But basically the most important is how to teach or to help people and to nourish people to be able to make this mind change and at the same time learn to collaborate and to be responsible. This is good for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this very excellent time management. And our next speaker is Mr. Eduardo Zancoli from Argentina, but you have a presentation.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's a big pleasure being with you here, and we want to present as an application of the Manifesto Supercoherence Project for Humanity. We believe that there are two ways of thinking. One is like creating a new thinking and small bubbles of supercoherence and get to a critical mass. And the other one, like in the Coriolis effect, is to create a supercoherent movement that creates a force that changes consciousness and that helps to change the thinking. And that's what we're going to present. Who will pass the... Thank you. As a human species, we have never done something together, nor believed all on something. And that was because of lack of communication, not nowadays, and because of beliefs. The next. Beliefs have separated and continue separating us with big differences. Next. And even in football teams. Next. But we know that in the universe there are two types of particles. Fermions, that are the particles of matter, and bosons, that are the particles that create the forces. They are the messengers. Next. It has been said in the Bose-Einstein condensation that as we, as humans, electrons can be all in different phases, but taking them to near absolute zero, they generate a coherent force, all in the same phase. And that's in the physical world. It's not in the quantum world. That comes to our physical world. Next. And that's what happens with ordinary light and with laser beams. We know that an ordinary light, all the photons are out of phase, and they weaken, and they don't spread too much. But in lasers, being all in the same phase, there is nearly no dispersion. Next. And you can put a focus on the moon without any dispersion. Next. So, with this phenomenon, the humans have discovered a lot of things. Not only lasers, but also superfluidity and superconductivity. Next. The question is, do we humans have bosons? And in a book we wrote several years ago, and speaking on synchronicity, we believe that that for the phenomenon of synchronicity, a good explanation was having soltrons, our bosons of our souls. The soul functioning as an attractor, next, activates a field with our soltrons, okay, that goes to an entanglement agency on an implicate order, and that comes to the physical world on a synchronicity. That's a model. Next. So in our new novel that's on paradigms, it's called The Plan. Next. The people there try to analyze their current believed paradigms and try to get to a new big paradigm based on many paradigms. Next. Unable to develop that, they had to propose to humanity a simple action: to generate a supercoherent wave in consciousness. Next. Their proposal was this simple action: based on a complex superforce, the one we spoke before, with a way and the paradigm of making it simple. Next. So to do that, they needed to find the less resisted thing over the world, which was that water. We are all water. We are, next, 70% water, the planet, and 70, next, the previous one, please. No, the previous one. That 70% water in the planet and in our bodies. So that will be a factor of not too resisted, but by all humans. Next. So now what to do with water? Now they found a simple solution. Next. Someone say that this doesn't happen, but if it happens, human consciousness can change water, as Masaru Emoto has said. Next. So they propose three simple things. To say three simple words when everyone sees or drinks water. Say peace, love, and gratitude. That's in the book. Next. But maybe we need a simple word of less resistance. Maybe thanks, maybe happiness, maybe you can imagine another one, resisted word. So, one of the questions here is would this benefit humanity and the planet? And if there are any risks in doing this with all the planet? Next. We believe that the possible effects are to heal our bodies. Next. To heal the planet. Next. And to make function consciousness with a supercoherent force. This is an example I give. If I'm a meditator and I'm a beginner, it's quite difficult for me to meditate. But if I'm in a group with deep meditators, it's very simple where they take me. So under this supercoherent force, things might change in the way everybody thinks because their brains are working differently. Next. So for the first time in history, we could walk together as humanity. And in the book also the people said, remember this phrase of Schopenhauer and Schrödinger. The task is not so much to see what nobody has seen yet, but to think of what nobody has yet thought about what everyone can see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the third speaker is Henry Menting from the Netherlands, who will have some presentation now.
This works, yeah? Okay. I learned that about 20 minutes after lunch, there's a little dip. So I propose you put everything of your feet and stand up. And because I have a very simple action, and that's the action of we are 20 years of Club of Budapest, so I want to have a big applause for Club of Budapest 20 years. I hope they taped it to show it to Erwin. You can take a seat. I'm Henry Menting from Club of Budapest, Holland, working together with Annemarie and Peter, and we have our home in what we call the Ferry House in Holland. And the Ferry House, there we have, there you can drink coffee, tea, you can do workshops, so that's a place where you come together and where we do workshops to learn the community, to learn Holland about the new economy. But how did we buy it? We bought this house in a foundation with 90 people, and people could invest in that very house, and they get also interest, but then interest in kind. So when you borrow us €250, you get your lifetime free coffee. So if you have some 250 left, you can participate. But at the moment we have enough. So I want to bring in two elements about doing business, because I'm an entrepreneur, and within the Club of Budapest we talk about action. And one of the things we did in the ferry house is when we had the idea of buying that ferry house, that started, by the way, by a dream of a Spanish lady. The Spanish lady came to me and she said, "I dreamt about you." I didn't know that lady. And she drew a picture of the tree near the ferry house. So at that moment I thought, I have to buy it. And then we found 90 people to buy it. And the first thing we did, and that's what I bring to organizations, to companies, we started a ceremony on the 21st of December with the promise, if we succeed in buying that ferry house, we will do it every quarter when the season is changing. So we did it already for 13 times, and that's very, very good when you stand with 20, 30 people around the fire. We have a little Indian ceremony. So I think that brings also new consciousness. So I advise to bring ceremonies into your company, into your organization. In the lunch I was looking for a candle. I wanted to light a candle here, but I couldn't find it here. But maybe we can do it on the next conference. The second thing I want to tell about setting up a company, that is making a new business plan. And the one I found one in a box. We developed a box like this, and that box has one special element, that is a little window here, and that window says, look into the inside and the outside and see it as one. So it brings unity into a company, looking at the soul of your company, but also looking at the outside. That are two important elements. And when you open the box, I will do it. And when you open the box, you get 7 chapters. And on the outside you see the normal chapters of a business plan, but that is translated into the inside. And giving the example, he talked about synchronicity. Here there's one chapter is about time, and on the outside you find project planning, and you plan your project, but the inside you find synchronicity. And so you have always to combine outside and inside. And the chapter, the top one, that's about finance. So on the outside you find your profit and loss, your balance sheet, but inside you see values and exchange of values and working with volunteers. So look all the time at outside and inside. And with this box I went to the bank and I also borrowed a part for buying that ferry house. And they thought it was very interesting. They had to read my plan 2 times, he said, but after that they understood. And now I'm introducing it in the business world, and we're working together with university in Utrecht and Amsterdam to explore this idea. And if you want to know more, come after this meeting to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have our last speaker, who is Mirela Sula, Mrs. Sula, international creative member. But she will introduce the.
Thank you. Should I go there or should I stay here? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Well, I usually speak in front of a group of women. Always I speak for women's conference, so I'm very pleased to see men here as well, because I always encourage men to attend my events and my conferences, because if we want to integrate women, the best way is to involve men as well into this integration. So I'm very pleased that I'm here today, and when I discovered Club of Budapest, it was like discovering a new gift for me, especially after I met Erwin. I had read his books that have inspired me a lot, especially when I started to work with myself for my self-development, to grow myself personally and professionally. And then, you know, when you realize that you have a gift inside you, then your desire is to share it with others. So this is how I can define the meeting with Erwin and Carita, and for me it was a kind of new responsibility, because we are talking here about responsibilities, consciousness, and the way that we use that. So as a woman working to empower women, I have seen that this world needs more women with higher level of consciousness, and this is how Global Women Summit came as well. When I was talking with Erwin about how we can contribute with the world, what can we do in order to bring a higher level of consciousness into this planet, after I interviewed him, in my mind for a long time was like, Mirela, I still hope for this planet. And I just wanted to share that message with more and more people that I meet, and this is what I do now. I have a magazine that is called Global Woman, and I run a lot of events with the purpose to bring women together and give them a voice. Because for me is that if you want to empower someone, give her or him a microphone and share the story and speak their voice. So the idea is that I have met a lot of people that they have great knowledge, great skills, great experience, but they live in a very low level of consciousness. That means that what they are doing with their investment, they have invested for a long time with their education, a lot of investment in their personal and professional development, but how do they use it? For me, as I said, it's very important. Once you discover that gift inside you, you have to feed it. And once you feed it, you have to multiply it and share it with others. That is a responsibility. It's a responsibility that we have for ourselves, for our families, for our communities, for the country. A lot of people that I've met, they don't believe on their power. They don't have that confidence to understand that that power creates an impact in the world. They don't believe that even where they are, in that little corner of the world, they can create an impact in the next corner of the world. Because if everybody works individually to increase that level of consciousness within, first within, and then share it with others, then this is how we can increase the responsibility and can feel that we are playing a big role into the planet. And make it simple. I love the message that we just heard from Argentina. It was an amazing message. It's very scientific, but also it's very important to make science simple, to reach a bigger audience, to reach people, to find a way how people can understand the role, the purpose, why they are in this world. I have met people that don't care about it at all. They don't care why they are in this world. I ask myself every day, not only why I'm in this world, but why I'm here in that moment. Why I'm meeting this person, what I'm doing here, what is this moment serving, where this is leading. This is what I call conscious. But how can we feed it? I loved another message. I am an expert of mind. My background is in psychology, and in my speeches I usually try to combine business and psychology together to make it simple and comprehensive. And my idea is that if we want to feed that 10% of conscious that we said is very important, we have also to find ways how to tap into the subconscious, how to connect with that. I call it intuition, and we all use that, but it's very important to find ways. People find different ways to feed it. It's not a direct formula, but it's also, as we care for our bodies, As we are always aware what we are eating, what kind of diet we are using, we have to be very careful what kind of diet we are using for our mind, what kind of thoughts we are putting into our mind. As we mentioned, I so much enjoyed this session today because it's very important to understand also how the system works. I agree, as a psychologist, I know that we are programmed with a system. But a lot of people feel very down sometimes because they know, oh, this is who I am now, because I had a very bad childhood, because I had a very bad upbringing, I come from a very poor background, poor country, poor government, whatever. Of course, the system is very important. But if we tap into our subconsciousness, if we find ways how to feed it, how to change our thoughts, we can find a way how to change also our bodies, our genes, our reality, our environment. We can't allow the environment to impact us. A lot of people, they become dependent on the environment. The idea is that we create the environment. And also the last message before I finish is that we are all the time speaking, especially me working with women, I have faced this concept a lot of times, independent. I don't think independence is the best way to define the way we can contribute into the world. I better prefer interdependence, because if we want to become successful, if we want to create an impact into the world and to change this world, a new paradigm is to learn how to interact with each other, how to co-create with each other, how to become interdependent, because the only way to achieve success is through one channel only, that is called others. A lonely journey doesn't go anywhere. A journey with others, with friends, with good associates, successful associates, make us to be more successful, achieve whatever we want in life. Thank you very much, and thank you, Erwin, for inviting me. And as I close, I usually in my events I prefer when I start my speech, but let's do it when I end it. I invite all the participants, stand up, if you can. And as I said, it's very important to be interdependent and co-create. I felt like I was connecting with some old friends, amazing people, and I felt so happy. But also there are other people that I never met, and I was thinking, oh my God, am I able to meet everybody in this room before I go back to London? So can you just meet someone that you haven't met yet today and say hello and hug and very nice to see you? Just 1 second, and thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
You don't have to greet everyone. The lesson was just to greet someone.
Sorry, I
no. No, it's fine. I hope you don't mind. So, thank you very much, and you can continue your getting acquainted after the session. There is one more panelist who can only be here by message. It is Mr. Karan Singh, who sent a message. I think it is, you can find the message printed at the back near the entrance at to the left from the entrance at on the table. I don't want to read it. I just want to underline two parts. One is a greeting part to greet the Club of Budapest and the founder, Erwin, and also there is a reference to three main dangers of the current times: is the nuclear conflict, the climate change, and Islamic extremists, which may be as which may be understood as dangers of the current generation. Thank you. I don't want to read the message. You can do it. I think thanks for the speakers. We have some time to have some questions and remarks. First, I ask the panel whether do you want to say something to the others' messages, or let's give the chance to the floor.
I believe it's good to give chance to
Yes.
everybody.
So we have 10. You agree?
Yeah.
So we have around 10 minutes to go. If you want to have some comments and questions. Questions first, comments, but I don't want to make a distinction. So, please. Well, all of a sudden, in a panel, we ask the floor also to contribute. So what a difference. So, why? Okay.
When you ask for responsibility, big silence.
No, I just wanted to say, Henry, I absolutely adore your cube and to look at things from the outside and the inside simultaneously. So I would invite you to join us in trying to build a business model for this organization that takes both sides into account and also help us find a way of moving effectively forward as a unified group. Yeah. So, yeah, that was more like a statement, but anyway, yeah, I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. If the situation appears, then we can work together on a plan. And so I like your comment.
So the invitation is anybody else. This probably is a very good example how difficult is and challenging is to put people together, to talk and to work together, you know, to be collaborative and cooperative as a group is a big challenge because most of the time we are very comfortable to talk about what we are doing, but a lot of difficulty to share and to listen to other people. Okay? But this is part of the process. Please make just a little effort to talk and to dialogue with us.
Thank you.
Some of you know me. My name is Agota Ruja, and one of my passions in the past 20-25 years has been to restructure the space in order to enhance dialogue, using your words. And so my experience is just like what is happening here. When the space is structured in a way as it is now, then the outcome grows out of the space, absolutely. So it's incredibly difficult to share a dialogue when I actually don't even see your face. It's impossible to have conversation when I can't look into your eyes, etc., etc. And I think there is a place for this kind of structure as well. But this is not the dialogic space. This is sharing experiences, presenting something, that kind of space. So one of the inconvenient, difficult feelings is because when we ask somebody to contribute in this kind of space, you know, nobody asks, since the classicism, you know, since the new theater model, the old new theater model, there is the audience and there are the performers. In Shakespearean time, we know it wasn't like that. The Globe Theatre wasn't like that, etc., etc. And this new world we are moving into is not going to be like that. But we are inhibited by the space which had been created in the past 3,000 years. And so that's one of the difficulties for us to share and to be together. that we are in this beautiful place, but this place doesn't reflect anymore the kind of mindset which we are talking about. And I think we all experience that in every bits and pieces of our lives. So I am deeply desiring tomorrow when we will be shared and moving around and interconnecting in a different space. And then I'm sure that people will come out with all what they have in their hearts and minds, if they stay. But that's another issue.
Thank you very much. We still have some time. Thanks God and thanks for the speakers. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Zoltán Fenyős and I'm from Hungary. I was very happy to participate in this after-lunch session because I found it much more dynamic, and that's the way how the life is starting. As to the responsibility, in Hungary we should have to add the other side of the coin to this term that's called accountability. And accountability is not a naturally understood behavior style. But accountability needs a kind of business acumen, as Henry Metling mentioned, the business type. And I think in the morning session there was lots of complaints about it, how much, what we have achieved so far, and after 20 years the memorandum is still relevant. And my understanding, because I'm coming from the project management side, the manifesto itself cannot be managed. So it requires targets, goal, action plans, and that was a nice mobilization. Thank you for you. That if we want to achieve something in the next 20 years, we would come up actions. And I just want to thank you too, and accountability is an important term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't want to be pushy. So then it was Simon's idea, it's not mine, to say, the question was mine, but the following question is that probably it was good to ask the panelists whether they have one word or one sentence to summarize their message. I think it is a great idea, so I share with you, and I give it to Simon. And then, it's the right order.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, the big mind and heart change through the experience we had, as I said, the last 24 years is to stop talking about the bad and the worst and start talking about the good and the best. If we are able to do this, we make a big shift in our life. This is the word I have.
Thank you very much. Do you want to? So, using the same order.
Okay. Thank you. As in the project, I believe that it's time for us as a human species to try something different, and that was the proposal in the project. Try something different.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, but
It's okay.
Well, why?
If you want to respect the order.
I'll respect the order. All right. Thank you.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. The lady spoke about the space. Go in your mind to the ceiling and see yourself sitting. And trust what you feel and think. And that's a nice space. There you can find all the answers. Thank you.
After that, I think the best way to close it is with a sentence of Mother Teresa. She's from my country. she used to say, this world doesn't suffer for food, but for love. And my message would be, share love and try also to develop love for yourself, love for the world, love for others, and give love to this planet, because this is what the world needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the panelists, and thank you for the audience. And we could have a very nice time management, so we have 5 minutes to the next session, so we can move, the next panel may come. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am happy too. You're answering my question. Because I want to I'm from Catholic University. Without asking it, so is this somebody? No.
Yeah, Gilbert Cube, I know. That's more mental. Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm an entrepreneur. I set it up. In a new place. Yes, I'll do it. But I do it always. Yeah, but I'll do it myself. Give over to the new. That's my what? Yes, my know-how. Yeah, I'm setting up and making chocolate. This is not only for a bank, I think that's also for years. But this is a central idea. People like it, so yeah. Maybe after.
One way or another. No, we so I think we just have. Do you have your? Go ahead. Yeah.
Seems so.
We would like to start the last session, being aware of the difficulty at 4 o'clock in the times of long nights and short light time.
Got some super medicine from Bente, like 2 hours ago.
That's right. Yeah. Do you want to film? Do you want to film?
Yeah.
So you will start. Donna wants it.
But I first up, if it's going in the line, so then I can just do my thing.
Sure. Hey there, John. Hey James, good to meet you.
Put two people together.
I'm from the UK, but I live in Berlin.
So just a few
James.
sentences. In your presentation, yeah.
I hope you had a good experience.
Oh, really?
Where are you from, James?
Yeah, do it. Because then Irving comes and then yeah.
Tomorrow, we can really work on that. Because that would really see
I lived just outside of London for a period of time. It was a similar number.
So you're here.
I've got to visit Pakistan. The swap van. Yes.
Because we are just such few people, wouldn't it be nice if you came forward a little bit and just bring your energy to meet our energy? And I mean, I would even ask you, come and sit in front of us like this, but, oh, there he goes. Then come, please. Let's make a circle like closing.
It's a way show.
Because it's not only us, but actually Erwin is going to close this day, and so I think it's a very full 1 hour.
Thank you. I will. I'll keep you in mind.
And then you can look into our eyes, and you can tell whether we lie or say the truth. Oh, do you feel the difference? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And of course, one of the dangers of my experiences in this new world, that under the heading of oneness, we kind of expect everyone to behave the same way. And of course, if somebody wants to stay in the back, that's fine as well. No problem. You have put your hand up if you have been to groups where the facilitator asked you, hold the hands of everybody. And you just didn't feel like doing it at all. But because everybody was doing it.
Once or twice.
Once or twice. maybe that's a crude understanding of oneness. I don't know. It is my pleasure to introduce the last theme, which is a call for planetary consciousness. And actually, it's very intriguing, so I am very much looking forward to what you will share, because as you heard, the Planetary Consciousness Manifesto as a call was set out into the world 20 years ago. My name is Agota Ruzsa. Somebody asked me who I am. And those days, 20 years ago, I was extremely involved with the activities of the Club of Budapest. And then I grabbed the opportunity just for half a second because of the Planetary Consciousness Manifesto. And there were quite a few people those days in Hungary. And I want to bring in Hungary into the consciousness space. If you open your maps and look at the Carpathian Basin, where Hungary is, then you clearly can see that, as somebody said, this is a womb place. And it is a womb place. So many things were originating or birthed here. And then most of the time, just like Erwin, had to leave and go somewhere else, out into the world. There are even theories that maybe the Hungarian mindset and language is a wombing consciousness. So instead of lamenting about the fact that these ideas never grow here, we could be proud of giving the original impetus to so many great things. So we were, some of us, like my colleagues, very, very involved with this work those days, 20 years ago. And I remember Peter Ustinov reading the manifesto with such beauty. I used to be an English teacher, so I love lovely English speech, and he was reading it with the most amazing. Yours was very good as well. And two names is special because they dedicated lots of their time for the transformation of the Club of Budapest into this foundation which is now. And I want to bring them here. One of them is Clara Hajnal, a university lecturer truly dedicated to sustainability for 25 years. And Géza Bányai, who is a Hindu bhakti, truly dedicated to this service for 30, 40 years. I am saying it because there are such few Hungarians here, and I want you to know that there is a hell of a lot of work happening in this country as well. Just wanted to bring that in, okay? Because it's part of the planetary consciousness, probably. Our first contributor comes from my beloved part of Europe, which is Scandinavia. Jag snackar lite norsk. But Scandinavia, I think, is a very inspiring social segment of Europe. And so when we talk about planetary consciousness, I'm sure that you do have a lot of potency to share with the world so that we really move in the direction where we would like to move to.
Absolutely. Thank you. The reason that I'm here today is actually a lot because of Mirella Sula and the Global Women's Summit, because that was where I met Erwin and Bente the first time. The reason that I was there was because I was asked to talk about how you as a female could handle to have a business and a family at the same time. And I was answering that that's not a question for a woman. That's a question for a parent. It doesn't matter if you are male or female. It's the same thing there for both of us. And when it comes to Scandinavia, we have come far there. You can see it's more men now being home with the kids, going with a baby carriage than women actually. So it's wonderful to see that. And how do you balance to be an entrepreneur, to have businesses and children at the same time? You do it because you learn to do it because of the children. Because when you get children, you have to become more organized, you have to become more systemized, and you have to start to plan every single little detail to be able to actually take care of the kids. And when you can implement that to your business as well, then you become a lot better as a businesswoman or a businessman. When it comes to my journey with my company, we from the beginning with the Swedish Wealth Institute, we wanted to help entrepreneurs to create sustainable businesses. And that's something that we in Scandinavia is very front with in the world. Because we have that mindset, people want to have a sustainable company. So what we started to do was we were bringing in entrepreneurs to come to us. We were teaching them about how to have a sustainable company. But we were teaching them ourselves. And we were actually losing money because they didn't pay to come to us. We were paying for them, for the locale, and for everything. That wasn't sustainable. So what we then realized was that we have to monetize this business to actually reach more people and to actually bring in experts within a different area to help the people getting better in their areas. So that's what we did. We started to monetize the Swedish Wealth Institute so that we can bring in the experts. And we have been growing very much since then. And what we have also seen is that when it comes to give a value to the planet, people want to do that. And social media is the perfect tool for that and for crowdfunding. So that's something that we have been able to do to reach more people and also to use our profit to, as a company, to go in the world and make more good. So today we are working together with the International Aid Services in Kenya. And we are helping children, the oldest siblings, to start companies where they have lost their parents, to give the support to their younger siblings. We are also helping women to create companies, to help them build sustainable companies where they before only were working by themselves. It started out like the woman was, she got a micro mortgage, or how do you say that in English? You say micro mortgage, right? Yeah. And then she started to go and buy the ingredients that she needed to bake bread. And she went out by herself to sell the bread. And we said that there is a better method for this. You can partner up with someone that can actually sell the bread if you are not that outgoing. You can make the bread and someone else can be out there selling the bread. And that was how we started it. And that is how it is for all of us. We need to partner up with the people who is good at what we are bad at. Because then we can reach more people and we can become better at what we're doing today. Today we can see that it's very popular by companies to give charity to get a better place in the world. And that is something that we can use by crowdfunding, as I spoke about before. I would like us to plug into the information-based society. I would want us to give the people the possibility to join what we are doing and to be a part of bettering the world. Today, we can see that the information-based society has made us more aware of how we impact the world. And hopefully that can turn us to becoming a society based on awareness and consciousness. Thank you.
Ages ago, I belonged to the Society for Organizational Learning, which is a kind of a global network. And ages ago, I learned from there, from Göran Karlstedt, the expression of näringsliv. And that's Scandinavia to me. You know, when business, in a way, it's called nurturing life. I mean, can you think of anything more beautiful than that? Thank you for what you shared. And our next presenter, as I see, is going to be from the invisible world, called David Wolfson. But he has, talking about men and women and equality, he has a woman voice to read out his message.
the messenger here today. So this is from the lovely David Wolfson, who in fact first introduced me to the Club of Budapest. And we've become dear friends, and I know he'd very much like to be here. And I think it's the first time he's not actually able to make it this year. So this is his message. So greetings from everyone in Toronto. Greetings to everyone from Toronto in Canada. Some brief background on myself. I'm a lawyer, a world future activist based in Toronto, and have been actively collaborating with Ervin Laszlo and the Club of Budapest on numerous projects since 1999. This event to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the signing of the Manifesto of the Spirit of Planetary Consciousness and to discuss the new Club of Budapest Impact Programme towards the year 2020. The manifesto was signed by Ervin Laszlo and many of the Club of Budapest honorary members, including the Dalai Lama, Sir Arthur Clarke, Muhammad Yunus in October 1996. Many of the list of the well-known signatories have passed, but on that document still stands the test of time and is still very relevant for today, for here and now. The core concepts of the planetary consciousness are set out in the manifesto that really call me is this. Planetary consciousness is the knowing as well as the feeling of the vital independence and essential oneness of humankind and the conscious adoption of the ethics and the ethos that it entails, its evolution in the new imperative of human survival on this planet. That is as true now that is as true then as it is now, and it is imperative that we become much clearer and much more urgent in how we use the manifesto. The world in 1996 was different than it was today in 2016, yet it was also very much the same as the world today in many ways. National interest over shared human interests, power and political gains, the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Now it's 1% of the 99%, and the dynamic is the same, but it's much more extreme. And in these 20 years, almost zero progress on any type of system of global governance which is urgently needed for humanity in our future. In 1996, global climate change was acknowledged and understood by billions, but no political action and the effects had yet to appear. That is no longer the case. Unfortunately. In 2016, the often devastating effects of climate change are here, and they're just at the beginning of the course. In addition, the global climate change is happening much quicker than the climate change models predicted, yet the nations of the world continue to increase CO2 output annually, not to lessen it. A foolhardy approach, of course, yet this is what's happening. Where is the hope for humanity in such a world today in 2016? A quickly darkening world reminiscent of the 1930s to those students of modern history amongst us, but this time with rapid increasingly global climate change and a nuclear-armed world. In my view, our only hope is the collective evolution of our species to a higher level of consciousness. To a planetary consciousness, as Ervin Laszlo wrote in the manifesto in 1996, the evolution of a planetary consciousness is the new imperative of human survival on this planet. So it is and must be. At the same time as the reactionary forces of fascism and corporatism are once again rearing their heads worldwide, fully entrenched in the domination of the one group of people, being wealthy white men wearing suits or military uniform, all other groups of people, there is also a huge and worldwide movement of the people who fully embrace and live the higher values represented by the planetary consciousness, who are the evolutionary vanguard of humankind. It is today a very much critical moment for humanity and our collective future. The forces of evolution and reaction are clearly defined. Our fate is the share fate, and it is in the balance, devolution and destruction, or evolution. We, the network of the Club of Budapest, are in that vanguard, and we can become a leading edge within it, and with the vision in action, plans being considered this weekend and then implemented. The world today is urgently in need of the right leadership, right as in good, not in his right wing. All of us together at the Club of Budapest can now provide such leadership and help to inspire many millions of people worldwide to evolve their consciousness on a planetary level. This is a very noble service mission, and we must now embrace it. Indeed, we must believe it. Thank you, David.
I thought that I'm just not saying anything. I think it's beautiful. The two things will tie up together in a lovely coherence.
The Chinese branch of the Budapest Club, 1996 to 2016, Min Jiaying, Min Chen. The Chinese branch of the Budapest Club was also founded in 1996. Its first work is edition, translation, and publication of the general evolution research series, including 10 books. The first book is the report of the Budapest Club, the third millennium, the third millennium challenge and visions is in the first position. It is valuable to be mentioned that we chose about 40 photos from a few news photograph albums and put them in this book as illusions, which make the Chinese readers directly perceive the seriousness of the global problem. We sent this book through a very reliable way to the General Secretary and the Political Bureau Committee members of the CCP for their reading. The second work was the translation. The second work of the branch is celebration of the first sunlight of the new millennium on the Great Wall at the day of lunar equinox, 2001, March 20th. As one point of the 28 around this planet by the arrangement of the Budapest Club, we played a drama, 10 Commandments of the 20th Century Old Man to Mankind in English. Many Chinese media reported this activity, and the Phoenix TV in Hong Kong broadcast its video to the Chinese in the world and made more Chinese know the Budapest Club and its mission. The third work is that the chairman of this branch, Professor Min Jiaying, read out the paper Ecological Civilization, the only route of the sustainable evolution of the Sabina on the TV seminar to be held by the Budapest Club in 1998. The paper in English was published in World Futures, volume 55, number 2, 2000. The same paper in Chinese was published in Future and Development, number 3, 1999. This paper, either in China or in world, is the earliest which completed a discourse upon a new idea, ecological civilization. And now it has become one of the fundamental administration policies of the Chinese leaders. The fourth is establishment of the website of the Chinese branch of the Budapest Club in 2005. This website is taken charge by the Vice Chairman of the Chinese branch, Mr. Min Chen, in Shanghai. It regularly issues public announcement of the Budapest Club over Lazarus and Min Jiayin's writings. Our branch still helped to make arrangements for over Lazarus to attend the World Cultural Forum, Taiwan, China, and give note lectures promoting the cultural intercourse between Europe and China. The fifth work is organization and translation and publication for Owen Lazarus' new books. Besides those two mentioned above, we still publish the inner limits of mankind. Microsoft the consciousness revolution. The multicultural planet, the whispering palm, quantum shift in the global ring, and the self-actualizing cosmos. At present, we are doing translation of the immortal mind, science, and the continuity of consciousness beyond the brain. These are our main works of the past 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, just to bring a bit of a light into the evening, put up your hand if you could understand, or put down if you could understand. A little bit. That's all right. And I was wondering exactly that maybe Erwin could translate it to us. And I think it's important because we could feel the connection, but maybe some words.
I just want to tell you that Min Jiayin had translated all my books into Chinese. So when I went into China and I gave some talks on these books, he was my interpreter, you see. So when I spoke, then he spoke afterwards, and that's the way it went. And then there was some applause, that was fine, you know. But then came questions. I didn't understand a word what he said when he translated to Chinese, but the Chinese he translated into English, and I still didn't understand a word. And that was less good, you know. But he got along very well. He's a marvelous man, very dedicated. He was marginalized during the Cultural Revolution. He was put out on a farm as an intellectual. He wasn't allowed to work. Then he had a great good fortune. You only ever allowed one child, but he had twins and two boys. So he grew up with a family of two boys, you know. So he's a very nice man. His English accent is not perhaps the best, but his ideas are very good. So thanks for listening to him anyway. I don't know what he said, you know.
But I was just wondering, you know, Eurasia is such a huge, vast land, and maybe some of the challenges we're going to look forward to is going to be very similar to what we experienced here in a few minutes. Back to safer lands of the world language, English. Dana is going to talk about a message about her own self, and from her own self, representing herself. We are looking forward to that.
Thank you very much. I'm Dana Amadei, and I'm from the United Kingdom in England, and I've been a creative member of the Club of Budapest, I think, for about 6 years now. And it's lovely to be here again and meet so many people. It's so exciting that we have 25 countries now that have come together in support of a manifesto on planetary consciousness. And I just find this really, really exciting, particularly with my work. One of my passion projects is a channel that I have online called Positive TV that reports some positive news from around the world, inspirational news and things that are working and breakthroughs and solutions. And one of the things I'm really excited about is how we could all work together and how maybe we could use Positive TV as a platform for the 25 countries to share the news and inspirations and solutions that are coming from their country, because there's so much bad news in the world, and that bad news really does dominate the airwaves. You know, we've always, they say bad news sells, but I absolutely positively believe that we're all looking for the good news now, because actually we're overwhelmed with a negative prognosis of the world. And yet, from my experience in 8 years of reporting, there's so many positive people in the world who really care about one another and the planet. And so I just feel that this is such an exciting opportunity for the 25 countries to come together, and I would love to offer you all a space on Positive TV channels, so we could have positive news from Argentina, Brazil, Czech Republic, all Switzerland, all the countries that we could just report. And traditional media, how Reuters work, is that they have stringers around the world, so they send in news from around the world. And I would love you all to be positive stringers for Positive TV, so that we can collect the news and share the news through our countries, because I think we could have a real impact with that. I mean, just for example, a couple of things that's taken a while that has really shocked me. Just last month in Israel, in Palestine, thousands upon thousands of women walked together for peace. And it was not mentioned really in the mainstream media. And I've just found this absolutely shocking, that so many thousands of women came together of Palestine and Israel, and it just was not picked up by the mainstream media. Standing Rock, they've only just really got there, which is another, great cause that we should all get behind and feel. So I just think that there is such a possibility that together as the Club of Budapest countries, we could use Positive TV, which is a not-for-profit organisation, and share our news, share our stories, and share our networks. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm looking forward to meeting you all and working with you in the future. Thank you.
I think it was Mirella who mentioned earlier that when you give a mic in somebody's hand, that empowers the person. And I think it's exactly what you're doing. When you give space, in the digital world to projects and people, it will empower them, not just connect. And it's very, very important. So it's going to be a call for James Cannon from the exciting new initiatives you are plotting in Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Gaia Bandi. My name is James Shannon, and I am a Catholic priest, and I am president of the newly born Club of Budapest, Pakistan. I am extremely grateful to Dr. Evan Latso and all the organizers of the International Conference to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Manifesto of the Spirit of Planetary Consciousness and the Club of Budapest Impact Program over here. I feel very honored for this great privilege. It is for the very first time that I have come to the land of Hungary. I first time landed yesterday in Budapest after a long journey of about 24 hours from Pakistan. I come from Pakistan, and I bring you the greetings from Maulana Abdul Khabir Azad. He is the Grand Imam of the Badshahi Mosque, Lahore, and he is an honorary member of the Club of Budapest. This Badshahi Mosque is so big that it can accommodate 100,000 people at a time. So he is a member of the Club of Budapest. He had some other engagement. He was not able to come, but he sends the best wishes to Dr. Erwin and rest of the participants here. It is so wonderful to see that in the spirit of planetary consciousness, scholars and outstanding leaders of various fields have gathered here. Although the manifesto was signed on 26th of October in the year 1996, 20 years ago, it is equally important in the age we are going through. I congratulate Dr. Evan and his great team who worked hard for a manifesto which brings a ray of hope and promise of bright future for the world that we are living in. It offers a lot of food for thought. I read thoroughly manifesto and I was deeply impressed the way manifesto is formed. It gives so many rich ideas. I see that it reflects upon the cultural, ethnic, political, social, economic, and radical racial realities and diversity around us. It is very inclusive. It does not leave any person and ground realities. No matter what ethnic, religious, social, cultural and economic background a person comes from, there is a great sense of respect for all. There is a great emphasis on unity in diversity. There is great emphasis on the freedom of religion, and there is a great promotion of non-violence. I find in it an urgent appeal. It makes to the entire humanity for planet consciousness. We must learn to live in harmony and have great sense of respect, and do not waste our energies in fighting wars and making weapons of mass destruction. I am reminded of Pope John XXIII, who wrote an encyclical letter for the world called Pacem in Terris, which means peace on earth. And this encyclical was written in 1962. Pope John XXIII has seen the destruction of the Second World War, and he said it should not happen anymore. And in this encyclical letter, he speaks of peace, and he said there cannot be peace without justice. And for justice, he said, it lies on four things. That is love, charity, equality, and freedom. So, my dear brothers and sisters, that is one thing which I see has the spirit of the manifesto. And there is International Day of Peace set by the United Nations on 21st of September. And in February, there is World Interfaith Harmony Week. This World Interfaith Harmony Week was an initiative of the King of Jordan. So all around the world, week is observed and interfaith harmony programs are organized. We also celebrate in Pakistan in different cities to bring out the spirit of working in harmony, respecting all religions, and living in faith. And I would like to express also here that there was a big program in Japan last year, and over there a Fuji Declaration was signed by Dr. Erwin and Masami Sionji, and that is another way of bringing harmony in the world. Time is very short, but towards the end I would like to say that Pakistan, the country I come from, is faced with many problems. It has a very high rate of violence, radicalism, terrorism, and also many times minorities are made target of, and our places of worship are attacked, and there is discrimination done in the name of religion. But along keeping that in mind, there is a peace center in Lahore, and we are promoting peace and harmony, which goes very well with the manifesto. We organize programs, we organize conferences, we publish books like this one. I have published 4 books on interfaith harmony and peace. And also we publish this magazine after every 3 months, both in English and in Urdu. So to be in short, that although Pakistan is going through a lot of problems, but there are many people of goodwill who want to promote peace and harmony, and 90% of the people of Pakistan are peace-loving people. And I see the spirit of the manifesto very much present there, and there is need to do much more work throughout the country. So thank you very much.
Hearing you, and especially your background, and I was thinking of Eurasia again. You know, we Hungarians came from somewhere there. So messengers of messengers and messengers are present at the moment here. And maybe all our messages can meet in the Green Heart, which you are going to introduce us to as an organization, and probably you also talk about what you mean by the Green Heart in that.
I'll use this. This is fine.
And his name is Jonathan Dararu.
Thank you. No, I'll use this. This is okay. Yeah. Hello. Hello, everyone. Okay, so my name's John, and I'm here representing Green Heart. Green Heart International. So it is a real blessing, and it's a wonderful feeling to be in the room with so many people who are representing many different projects, many different initiatives which are seeking to contribute to a global shift in consciousness. And I'd like to say a few words about Green Heart, which is one of them, and then also about our main project, which is called the Global Purpose Movement. And I'd like to drop a little bit of the energy of that into this collective space, see if it can contribute to our collective process and seed anything. So Green Heart primarily runs intercultural exchange programs around the world. So it facilitates students to be able to come to the US, and US students to be able to go abroad to experience other cultures and to broaden people's mind. Travel really does that. I'm sure we've all experienced that. It gives us a sense of the humanity that we're all a part of, and its many different cultures and flavors. I'd like to, I know we don't have a large amount of time, I'd like to say a bit more about our main project, which is the Global Purpose Movement. So Green Heart has a wing of its organization called Green Heart Transforms, which is purely dedicated to social transformation in the world, basically, attempting to contribute to a global shift in consciousness. And our particular contribution and offering is called the Global Purpose Movement. Now, basically, I'll begin by just saying that I am a lover of purpose. I am a disciple of purpose. I have a very deep sense of connection to purpose. I believe that scientists in the world have increasingly revealed the intelligence of Source, the intelligence, you've written incredible things about this, Evan, the intelligence which orders reality, the intelligence which is present in the structure of the cosmos. The spiritual traditions have revealed the love of Source. They've revealed the love and the compassion which is present in every moment. And I believe, and in the Global Purpose Movement, we understand that another quality of Source is purpose. That actually there is a supremely powerful and dynamic energy which is present in every moment, present in every fiber of our body, present in every moment of our mind through the entirety of the evolutionary spiral, and it's actually hugely important for where we are today as a species. Collectively, we face great challenges. This is something that's been spoken about a lot already, and we feel that if humanity in its various different groupings, its different cultures, different projects and organizations is able to begin to access this energy of purpose and bring it online to inform the creativity and the expression of people's projects and their work in the world, then this could actually be a significant contribution to the forward steps we need to make as a single human culture. So I'd like to just, I'll like to take you just through a little experiential process, if that's okay. So I'd invite you to partner up. So I'd like you to turn to the person next to you and just sit in front of each other, if that's okay. And I'm hoping we have an equal number of people here. If we don't have an equal number of people here, I invite there to be a single triad.
Yeah, Jonathan, maybe this is better. It's difficult to hear you as well. But of course.
Yeah, sure. Pass me the mic.
Let's try this one, okay?
Okay. Okay, so we are all deeply heart-awakened, mind-open folks here. I know that, so looking another person in the eye is not going to be a massive problem, okay? I facilitated this a couple of times before and it's been tough. So, I invite you to make... Speak slowly, thank you. So I invite you to make eye contact. And I'm just going to say a few words that I hope to give you a sense of the energy of purpose as you make eye contact with the person in front of you. Okay. So, as you look into the person in front of you, I'd like to ask you to see if you can allow your gaze, allow what you're seeing to actually just move through the person in front of you. That you are looking through their eyes and actually that moves through them and it moves into an infinite space behind them. And in that infinite space, I want you to visualize the very beginning. The beginning of this entire process. I want you to visualize, we're going to use the current scientific theory of the Big Bang. I'd like you to visualize the Big Bang, this infinitely small point, exploding into existence. Bringing the entirety, an infinite level of potentiality with it. I'd like you to see this through the eyes of the person in front of you. We see this vast, vast space, this vast infinity of an explosion begin to coalesce, begin to come together into the black holes that forms the early universe, that form strong enough gravitational fields for suns to begin to be born around them. Vast, vast bodies of fire and light that are burning themselves, burning their fuel, throwing out elements into the cosmos, and some incredibly amazing places these form planets. And in a single place they form the planet Earth. A rocky, crusty planet that over a vast, vast period of time starts to have the most simple forms of biological life start to develop on it. And those simple forms of biological life begin to develop into more complex forms of life. Into plants, and then into animals, and then eventually into the earliest forms of human beings. All of this being an expression of the universal creative impulse, of an energy of pure purpose that is just roaring itself through everything. An energy that's infinitely expanding, calling to itself in its own deepest fulfillment and expression. And then suddenly these early humans begin to form tribes. And those tribes continue to evolve. And increasingly we have nations. We have the birth of human history as we've understood it in the last few thousand years, leading into, not so long ago, the Industrial Revolution and increasingly the informational revolution that we've been living through most recently. All the way up to the present point where you are sat in front of the person that you are looking at. We're all here and now. And just to begin to understand that the drive for growth, to be happy, to be creative, to find their way, that the person in front of you is living in their life, is in no way different to the impulse which brought suns into being, which brought black holes into being, which actually exploded this entire process in the first place. The person in front of you is an expression of universal purpose, and their drive for fulfillment, creativity, and connection is too. So I'd just like to invite you to take a moment to relate to the person in front of you, just in terms of how you see them and feel them, as a unique expression of this single purpose and a unique expression of this single process. Infinitely valuable, unique, and expression of the whole. Okay. just thank the person in front of you, and feel free to orient back to the front. So just very quickly before I finish, my colleagues and team would not be happy with me if I did not mention the events that we've got coming up. So we actually have an event, we have a tribute to Irvin, which is going to be happening next year in Chicago. I believe it's April 29th. It'll be a wonderful event. I'm very much looking forward to it. We do good events. We'll celebrate you well, Irvin. And then we have an event at the IONS conference in July next year. And then we're going to have a summit around purpose towards around November next year. So look up, if you're interested to get involved with our work or connect to it, Global Purpose Movement. And it's a beautiful experience to be here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of the day, and Erin is going to close this time together. But just before that, because the title is very intriguing of this session, which is the call for planetary consciousness. And the call is still ringing in my mind. And I was just reflecting on the whole day, and like as opposed to 20 years ago, what the whole message of the day for me seems to be is seeds of actions, or sometimes already plants, of actions. So much has grown out of that call 20 years ago. And the potency of that call from 20 years ago really is being shared now with lots of ideas, thoughts, and opportunities to connect these seeds. So I thought originally that we just sit in space of silence, in the green heart of ourselves, okay? Just for a minute, and reflect on all these seeds which have been initiated by the original call of the Planetary Manifesto, which can be looked at festo and money, like we started the David, but can be looked at as Mani, who is a very different person in human history, especially in Christianity. Anyway, if you don't know him, look into that. Mani is supposed to be very central, this part of the world as well. So anyway, open your heart. There is no leading into that, but only the call to bless all these seeds of action that sprouted out of the potency of the Planetary Consciousness Manifesto 20 years ago. And send your blessing to the people who were involved with that, especially Erwin, Laszlo, who relentlessly carries this space of consciousness for the seeds to be blessed for growth. And the closing is for you too.
Thank you very much. And as an expression of some of the seeds that have come out of the manifesto and the relentless energy that Irvin and Maria and many others have put into the Club of Budapest, we want to give you a little taster of what the clubs are actually doing in action.
So we first called it a marketplace. Each of the clubs will very briefly, in a few minutes, just name quickly some of the actions that they are doing, so that we end with a kind of not only talking about the manifesto, but really about how it is being practiced in the world. And we're going to start with somebody who's on the other side of the world, but very much with us, Club of Budapest, Australia. He couldn't be here, but they took the effort to make a little film. And then after that, I'm going to call for Pakistan, Brazil, Argentina. So if you could be ready so that we can really do it quickly, but not speak too quickly, because our great interpreters are doing a marvelous job. So first, please give a hand. Thank you so much.
Our movement expresses the need for a substantially new manner of thinking and a massive change in consciousness for we, as a species, are to survive sustainably.
As it is now, the term sustainable development is a contradiction in terms we can have no kind of development. We've gone much too far. What we need is a sustainable retreat from the mess that we're now in.
I think by 2030 we will be hosting.
And as a result, the soil is eroding and we're seeing dust storms develop on a huge scale.
Never before in the history of this planet have there been 7 billion people on this planet, and there will be 9 billion in the next 20 years.
Let's start with this graph. A perfectly even distribution of wealth among all living people, with everyone divided into 5 equal groups. Now, let's show how much each group actually has. Shocking, right? 80% of the world's people barely have any wealth. It's hard to even see them on the charts. Meanwhile, the richest 2%, they have more wealth than half of the rest of the world.
These are very serious problems.
But we still have time to do something, and we cannot afford to fail.
The problem is it has to take place much more quickly.
You know, waking up in the morning and taking these events around the world very personally.
It needs to reduce fossil fuel consumption and to shift toward, I'd say, conservation, first of all. Secondly, to shift toward the use of renewable energy.
There is hope, because a new sense of oneness is emerging in country after country, population after population, among young people, among sensitive older people.
Very easy to break a twig or a stick, but when you bundle them together, you can't break that.
And we can do so if we join together.
By us coming together, showing a united front, I'm sure we can do this.
We must not forget who we are and the potential that each of us has within us, based on our connectedness, our common ground of humanity, and the interconnectedness of all life. Join us in this movement.
That was Australia. The poster is there. Yes. Okay, Pakistan. Come on, please. We'll show you a poster, and just as you did share already quite some things, there might be 1 or 2 things you want to add. It's just a taster. And then if Brazil can be ready, I don't know if Argentina is still here. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Once again, thank you for giving the time. There is a presentation about some of the interfaith work which is being done in Pakistan with the religious leader, with women groups, with youth, with children. So there are a lot of signs of hope, and we are the people who are playing positive role to bring a great change in our society. So please enjoy the slideshow which is there with the music which is present, and also it shows that in spite of all the difficulties, we bring rays of hope and good promise for a better and peaceful Pakistan.
जीवे पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान मन पंछी जब पंख हिलाए क्या क्या सुर बिखराए हो क्या क्या सुर बिखराए सुनने वाले सुने तो उनमें एक ही धुन लहराए हो एक ही धुन लहराए हो पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान जीवे जीवे पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे बिखरे हुओं का बिछड़े हुओं का एक मरकज पे लाया हो एक मरकज पे लाया कितने सितारों के झुरमुट में सूरज बनकर आया हो सूरज बनकर आया हो पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान जीवे जीवे पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे झेंगे दुख झेलवाने झेंगे दुख झेलवाने अब है काम हमारा अब है काम हमारा एक रखेंगे एक रहेगा एक है नाम हमारा एक है नाम हमारा पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान जीवे जीवे पाकिस्तान 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 जीवे पाकिस्तान पाकिस्तान
Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Brazil.
Maybe this one. Thank you.
just to make short a long history, because really it was a very long history from the 23 years ago. What we did was, for 18 years we had a very beautiful house called Antakarana Willis Harman House, and we converged many initiatives in this house, and we help people, and we listen to people, and we help people from many parts of the world to express themselves in our community, the Brazilian community, and in the same time to help to balance both language, you know, what came from outside with the Brazilian reality. What happened after 18 years is that we lose the house. So it was a very difficult moment for us, because the owner, really we lose the house, you know. The owner died, and the family came and say, you have X days just to leave this house. So it was a big impact. And it touched me very deeply, you know, what I am doing now after 18 years, to be a reference in the country and most of other places, what it means to lose the house like this. So in reality we were very silent for a couple of years, 18 months exactly, to see what we need to do to continue to do this work. And the answer was very simple: move yourselves. And that is what we did. Okay, we don't have the house anymore, but we are traveling a lot just to go and to reach people where they ask us for help or ask us to be cooperative with them. So this is the most important part of our reality now. So they call us, asking about those programs that are so significant. And of course, the Club of Budapest is the deep one, because talk directly to people and directly to the heart, you know. We start with human being, and the final word is also a human being word. So this is the big challenge, actually, to have time to travel, not only through Brazil, but also to other parts of South America and in the world, talking to people. And the main axis of the action is, of course, the manifesto, because we start with the manifesto and we continue with the manifesto. So how to can bring these values and also those actions on reality. This is what we are doing right now. So I am traveling a lot, and I am not alone. I have 4 people working with me. They are very young, and those young people are very active and very conscious about the global necessity. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Argentina, I don't know if they're still here, but they have presented, but we will just show the names and the poster, but they have already presented during the manifesto panel. France,
So hello, so my name is Michel Nguente, and I'm one of the representatives of France with my friend and colleague Bénédicte Fumet, who already talked this morning, more or less. It was already past noon. So basically what we do in the Club of Budapest, France is that we organize events within an integral framework. So maybe if we can switch to the poster, it will be okay. So, but anyway, you have to know that So I thought at first that all the clubs of Budapest would be the same, but I can see that we're very different. And so our focus is the organization of events, which are evening events or events that can last 1 or 2 days. Okay. And so the Club of Budapest, France, was born in 1996, and but it knew a kind of rebirth in 2008 when it started to organize one-day or two-day events under the denomination of the Université Intégrale, Integral University. So there could have been a million ways to sum up the Club of Budapest, France in a poster, but I chose to display the Club of Budapest as it exists since 2008. So there are two axes roughly in the poster. So on the, I would say on a horizontal axis from left to the right, it's more or less the past to the future. And a second axis is vertical, and more or less from the bottom there are the roots of the club, and on the top side it's more what it inspires us. So if you have a look at the top left of the poster, you can see a display of several methodology around the integral approaches and the transdisciplinary approaches. So we do not stick to a specific methodology, so that's why I chose to present several different diagrams that are namely the spiral dynamics, the four quadrants of Ken Wilber, and also methodology developed by Basarab Nicolescu in France, who tries to develop transdisciplinarity. And so below I put pictures of people that inspire us from a spiritual and philosophical point of view. So it's a kind of game to see if you are able to recognize most of them or not, and you can see me if you want to know who is who. And below you can see our team, so it's the executive committee of the Club of Budapest, France. And we really work as a team. So even though I put one definite function to one person, actually sometimes the same function can be shared by several people. So there are several people among us who can send newsletters and who can update our internet site, etc., etc. And so in the middle of the poster you can see a tree, and you can interpret it, you can see it in both ways, either from bottom to the top, or from the top to below. So if you see from the bottom to the top, you can see it as a tree that develops from its roots, and which develops recently towards the notion of akasha. And you can also see it from a top-down point of view, and you can consider this tree as an antenna that takes its inspiration from, I would say, the world of ideas, and that try to manifest it into events that deal with many different subjects that indeed span all the wheel of co-creation. And so on the right of the poster you can see our desire to help in developing, I would say, a super coherence framework. So I put a big question mark because I don't know really how it would be implemented. But I think that, in a way, super coherence is to coherence was what transdisciplinarity is to interdisciplinarity, which means that it's not only about projects, it's also in attitude to be, to try to be not only coherent, but meta-coherent, and also to focus on maintaining this coherence. And so below you can see the Earth, which means that at the Club of Budapest in France, we were mainly focusing on events in France, but we are trying to develop a more global point of view. And many projects that we presented in our events do span. And as a conclusion, we would like to say incarnate the new paradigm. So it may sound cliché to speak about a new paradigm, and as a matter of fact, already at the top left of the poster you can see the spiral dynamics, which is a theoretical study of the changes of paradigm. But now it's time to find a way to really incarnate and live it. And probably this new paradigm would include an integration of both matter and spirit. And that's why we focus recently more on the notion of akasha. And I guess that we could bend these center of interests towards super coherence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Netherlands.
Can I have the poster? Yeah, there it is. Now, as we said at the top, we offer Dutch prototypes for the world. So it's on the left circle, local prototypes. We support the Club of Budapest International. That's on the right side, international projects. And we connect to reach a critical mass. So we have 3 circles, and we like tomorrow to discuss with the people about what we are doing to connect, to co-create, to connect, and to manifest. Maybe Anne-Marie wants to add something to it, but I want to keep it short. Tomorrow we discuss.
Thank you, that's fine. Thank you very much. Russia has said that they have shared already something and the rest will come tomorrow, so we will just show the names. Then now is Czech Republic, please.
Hi. Just very briefly. We are a pretty young organization. We started in 2013, and originally we were focused a lot on philosophy. We held seminars, discussions, and a program aimed on different kinds of philosophy stuff, and next to that, the most of the founding members were involved in ecological activism and communities and building sustainable communities. I can name, there are some logos on the left side, Friends of the Earth. There is one guy who is very active in hydraulic fracking. You mean trying to stop this really damaging business. There are some projects like Mother Earth Family, and we are some members are part, and they build communities, sustainable communities in around the country, like permanent. And there are some people involved in research on sustainable earth exploitation. It's not a good word, like a bioinstitute and so on. If you look at this picture, I tried to put something simply. So, on the left side, this is an example of invitation to our forums. We started a year ago to run discussion forums. It's different. Sometimes there are 10 people, sometimes there are 20, even more people, and we discuss various topics. Recently we had a discussion about Bitcoin, blockchain, which is really exceptional. But before that we had about discussion about compassion in world farming, for example, something about the integral theory, spiral dynamics, and so on. We reported about the Integral European Conference in this spring, and so on. So it continues and it evolves some way. On the right-hand side, on the top, you see faces of several books that our tightly connected publishing house, it's not for profit actually, but we translate, and members of the club translate books. So we published several books in a Carpe Momentum publish house. Then below that, there are some pictures from the visit of respected Erwin Laszlo in Czech Republic in Prague 2015 in April. It was a big honor for us, and it had I think a good impact. We had the opportunity to arrange a speech before 500 people on a big festival, Evolution. And in the middle, it's something which is really actual. With the bird, the Firebird, you see the logo. In the spring this year, in April, we were part of the bunch of organizing organizations, and we held, after many, many years, a Czech transpersonal conference with a guy you know, maybe all of you, Stanislav Grof, who is Czech by origin. So he was the main speaker on the conference, and you can see him on the next, the second picture from the right. And this conference was multidisciplinary. It was about transpersonal psychology, psychiatrics. It was about psychedelics research. There were really top neuroscientists presenting the results of the brain research using tomography and so on. It was very interesting. There was blogs about new paradigm philosophy, which was taken by the Club of Budapest, and many topics like shamanism, indigenous cultures. On the left side, you see the people trying to sign up for the workshops. So there were also workshops. So it was a successful conference with about 600 people. And we want to replicate it in a bigger sense next year. And we have a poster over there and behind. So this will be international conference. And we plan to have more than 1,000 people. So we will
1,700, you said yesterday.
Yeah, I don't want to say
Let's go for the 1,700.
too loud, but we would like to. Yeah,
Let's go for the 1,700.
So it's a big plan. Yeah.
Yes, and the date is?
It's the last week of September. Yeah, ending the 1st of October. So that's it. If you want to know more, ask me, ask my colleagues here. Thank you.
Thank you. So from the projects office, one of the main projects, I mentioned it already this morning, that we will be working on is the centers of supercoherence. And we're really in the startup phase, but we really want to manifest it with Maria and Irvin and whoever joins us. So tomorrow we're going to go more into detail to see how and who wants to contribute and how we can link up, because there's already so much working. That's for now. And then Scandinavia. Share.
Numbers, right?
I think that was.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm on my own. That's okay. We were hoping to show a little clip from a film, but never mind. We have a plan. We have initiated a project we call the Pathways Project, because like the Argentinians said earlier, today we are like on many different paths, but it's kind of coming together. And we can create a laser beam if we connect all of these wonderful initiatives that have been mentioned now. So that's what the Pathways Project attempts to do. We've given ourselves what do you say, like a objective. Within the next 4 years, we want to mobilize 1 billion people across the planet. So talking about numbers, 1,000, 1,700, no, 1 billion, because it represents a critical mass of people on a global scale. So now you ask how to do this. And we believe that there's a great starting point in the consensus behind the 17 goals. It's 193 heads of state, presidents. We have a wonderful network of experts who can come together to find out how can we implement these goals from a whole worldview perspective, an integral perspective, a systems thinking perspective. But we are missing one thing, and that's the people of the world. So if we use media in a clever way, the new media technology, and that's exactly what we intend to do. I was originally a filmmaker, and then I moved into a new thing called transmedia production, and I know that Betsy we met as a part of a small family of transmedia producers. And to explain it briefly, it's more than just communicating across a lot of different platforms. It's really reaching out across a lot of different platforms and inviting the audience to become actively engaged in shaping the story. And I'd like to quote, I think it was Confucius who said once, if you tell me something, like today we've got a lot of information through our ears, he said, if you tell me something, I'll forget it. If you show me something, I might remember. But if you invite me to participate in something, I'll understand. So this is exactly what we want to do. First of all, we would like to create a series of events. We'd love to team up with all of you, so you can help us create a serious event weaved around the beautiful vision of implementing the 17 goals and culminating in a great event on the 21st of September in 2020, which is the International Day of Peace. We started out with a peace event, 21st of September this year, in Gilleleje, my hometown. We planted a peace pole. The president of the World Peace Prayer Society came, and we had a ceremony, and we had mesh working with a lot of interesting change leaders. And that's how Anne-Marie and Peter and everybody came together around this idea. Another element is a documentary TV series, like ordinary television. But we want to portray the change leaders, follow people like Irvin, Barbara. There are other wonderful change leaders who have amazingly interesting stories that do deserve to be told to a broader audience. So we're talking to TV stations and trying to put together a documentary series following these women and men who are on the same mission. And then we have an online platform, which is really about mapping and tracking and connecting all the golden innovations that works. This is very much aligned with Office for the Future, so I think you will be speaking about that, with the Centers for Supercoherence. It's all kind of linked together. So we will try to team up with all of these people and link all of these golden innovations. But how to get the audience engaged and the next generation? And here's the great idea. We want to invite the next generation, all the digital natives out there who are spending hours in front of the iPads and computers and in the iPhones, to help us build this vision And we can do that because we've got a relatively new thing called virtual reality. Well, it's not that new actually, but it's really getting hot now. Everybody's looking into what's possible to make in virtual reality. So why not build a prototype of the world the way it could look like in 2030 when the 17 goals have been implemented? And that could be a playground for creative spirits from all over the planet, where they can design, prototype, and implement some of all of these wonderful ideas and golden innovations and build a world. Build a little village first, maybe, then a city, then a whole network of global villages, and then a whole planet. It can be done in a very short time. It can be used to collect data, big data, to test, to see how things would work if we look at it from a whole systems perspective before we implement it in real reality. Because it's expensive to make mistakes in real reality, but it's cheap in virtual reality. You can just try something else. Just like if I was a jumbo jet captain, you'd probably prefer that I had been into a flight simulator before I was sitting with you as my passengers, right? So let's create a simulation of this future world that hasn't been created yet, so that we can use it as a stepping stone towards the future that we would like to see become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. And tomorrow we can continue the conversation. And I would now like to invite Irvin to say a few closing words about this is what we wanted to share with and there are the posters and we can walk around and have a drink. But I'd like you to have a closing word and then we will go have a little break and later on we will have the cultural program as a closing. Because we want it on the video. We want Nora is filming. We want it, because not everybody can be here, but they need to hear from us.
What we are doing is what you are doing. We're trying to get you together to do it. This is a framework organization. We have a resource from 20 years ago. We want to validate that resource, but we also want to evolve it. And we want to bring in the international network, the community, you know. This is a small country and people are responding to it. They're very interesting things are happening here and we will participate in that whenever we have an occasion. Whenever I come here, I want to give part of the meetings. Tomorrow afternoon I have to disappear for about 1 hour because I have to give the closing talk for the national meeting on alternative medicine, on natural healers, you know, Congress. And that's from 4 to 5 in the afternoon. And so whenever there's a possibility. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I was giving out the annual ethics prize, Enterprise Ethics Prize that the Club of Budapest gives together with an organization here called the Market and Profit, a business organization. And so that's also, we want to have a present here, you know. One comment that I had from a lady who was doing an interview for the Natural Healers magazine, this just before lunch today, he said, what do you say to that when people over here in Hungary, they hear what you're doing, they say, that's just stupid, you know, it's not realistic, you know. I said, well, look at the mess you are in, you know. I mean, that's what's happening if you just dismiss these things. But there is a slow growth here also of consciousness, and that's a positive thing. But what we want to do is to be an organization to bring together you. It's your club. We want to do it. Maria, want to add something?
Thank you very much that you are all come. I'm really very happy. And I think that tomorrow we shall have a wonderful day. Now today in the evening, now we shall have a glass of wine. Yeah. And another question, where is John? Where is John? John, please come out. Because we are really very, very grateful to the Green Heart International, because Green Heart International makes it possible that this fantastic conference is it right now. So thank you very much, and may I get you. Thank you very much. And now, after this meeting, we shall get a glass of wine, and we can get just to each other that we just greet each other, and we shall have also a little bit of cultural program for 20 minutes for singing Hungarian.
Songs, folk songs. We're very proud of the Hungarian folk art, of all kinds. Folk music is particular. You've heard of Bartók and Kodály, and so this is one of the main treasures of Hungary. So we'll be sampling some of that tonight.
Yes. So.
Okay, so thank you very much. And Maria and Regina have done a great job. So let's have I don't know if Georgina is here, she might be. And Nora has also done a great job. Okay, so if you all can come here.
Can we do something with the lights, please?
So we will have a drink, and then at 6 we have 20-minute songs, and that's then the end of the program. Thank you so much. And the dinner is at 7 o'clock.
Is this on? Everybody who has a poster, would you please stand next to your poster so our photographer can take a picture of you with your poster, please? So Australia, Pakistan, would you please get next to your poster? Thank you.
hogy kapcsolta be, de... Igen, de nem lehet kikapcsolni.
Én neki lehet, én az előbb kikapcsolom. Ja, az nem az.
A másikat igen. Nem tudom, valakinek sikerült úgy bepiszkálni.